Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I can't fucking sing that
Good
song.
morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
Yeah, that. So we are back after a week, and yeah, one person watching. Woo!
Is it a Wesley? I bet it's a Wesley.
It's probably me because I've got it pulled up on the watch screen on my end. So
If not, Wesley will probably be in here in just a few minutes.
yeah, it is what it is. It's like I said, don't do this show in the mornings, and I don't do the show on my fucking channel for fame and popularity and views and clicks like all the other simpletons like to do. It's like, no.
Tonka. Yeah.
Wait,
Sorry,
what?
I had
Wait,
nothing.
what?
Nothing.
Do you have a sound clip?
No, not at all.
Pan?
I actually don't. What sound clip could you possibly mean?
I don't know. I just fucking heard something.
Yeah, I heard something too.
Yeah, gesundheit.
Thank you. It's we haven't done this for 2 weeks actually because we didn't do this last week. So it's
We
been
didn't.
2 whole weeks.
No, it hasn't. We did it the
Yes, it
week
has.
we did it 2 weeks ago. We did a show 2 weeks ago, and after that we didn't do a show.
Yeah, that's what
Well,
I'm saying.
before
It's
that,
been two
before
whole
that.
weeks. Oh my God, math. Also, hello, Samaj.
Hoy hoy.
Hoy hoy. How you doing? Welcome, welcome.
I'm all right. Tired, but I'm all right. Not enough sleep. How
Not
y'all doing?
not asleep whatsoever at all. My body is just acting on its own subconsciously. And I just so happen to be stringing these words together in a coherent manner.
Mm, mm.
A coherent mariner.
Yeah,
Okay.
coherent's a word, right?
I believe it's it's technically English. Yes.
Okay. We did a stream 3 weeks ago, and then we did a stream over a week ago,
Which was
according
2 weeks
to
ago. Yeah.
yeah. So last Sunday, no. The Sunday after last Sunday, yes, and the Sunday after that Sunday, no. Mother's Day is the last one. Let's see, Mother's Day. We didn't do one last week because of Mother's Day, and then 3 weeks ago we didn't do one because I was busy cleaning shit.
Do you have a manure buggy then for all the shit that you take clean up and
It's called taking it to the fucking dump, which is the dumpster at my mom's house because it's the only dumpster I know of that I won't get in trouble throwing massive amounts of shit in.
I mean, that's usually what a septic tank is for. But I mean, okay.
I'm not talking about actual fucking shit.
Well, okay. Well, without the context, I don't know.
I'm talking about shit as in like old fucking boxes and shit that I don't need no more, or like building materials that I took down from a shed that's falling apart out back. I mean,
Mhm. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. That.
and really, and my fucking headset is now saying it's dying. Fuck.
Yeah. This doesn't look good for a tech guy. You having all these technical issues. Don't.
No, oh no, you fucking missed it about 30 minutes ago.
No, that's not good. It's not good. You gotta look professional. That shit's falling apart on
The,
me.
the the
Oh,
fucking computer blue screen twice, and then the fucking sound settings fizzled down. It does this every time it fucking does an update. It did an update last night.
the blue screen of death. Everyone knows that one.
Oh yeah. Okay, so let's get this headphone set up.
Yes, because God forbid
that
we get a
one.
red screen of death.
Well, I believe that's Microsoft in their was it Red Ring of Death for the Xbox?
Right, but yeah. Yeah. So what's the green screen of death? Oh yeah, well, you have green screens. Never mind.
That's behind me.
Oh, so if someone walks in wearing nothing but green, we won't see it, and they can properly kill you if they wanted to. We'll be there going, "What's wrong? What the fuck? He's choking on what? I don't know." Man, that's the modern day assassin. Green screen. They don't come in wearing black. They come in wearing green. You can't see them. Who killed PewDiePie? We don't know. We'll never know.
We'll never know.
Suddenly, those green bodysuits on Amazon are have to be taken into custody because they're potentially used by killers.
Yeah.
I looked at one of those green bodysuits because I had a couple ideas for some videos, and I thought, no, what am I doing? That's stupid. I shouldn't do that. And then now that I think about it, it's like, it probably is more lethal than a gun. I can kill someone on live streaming.
Alright, guys. Give me a minute. Microsoft's doing something stupid with the sound. So, okay, why we... Filters... Fuck. Fuck my life. Why is this doing this shit? I've been having some technical difficulty, guys. Give me a minute. So, let me get... Let me play some music in the background while I'm getting this figured out. There we go.
No, this is not normal. Supposedly, in the last few days, people have just been flocking to the beaches in defiance of lockdown orders. Like,
Fuck yeah.
What are you going to do? What are you guys going to do?
Well,
Jack shit, that's what.
Well, you know what's funny? I was just watching a Tim Pool video about this, and the dangerous thing about about what's going on is that, at least for the government, is that the only reason the government has power is because what we give it. We give it power, and if we don't acknowledge that power, we just go and do whatever we want, and defying all lockdown orders. People are going to realize what's the point of having a government.
Then that's
Well,
all
all right.
we
So
need
yes
the
and no.
government for some
yeah,
things, but for the
yes
most of
and
it,
no on
it's
that one.
self-regulated.
Well, before you go on that rant, I'm not an anarchist. I'm just saying the thoughts might get in there, and who knows how that's going to play.
I understand where you're coming from. I really do. It's like, okay, the government said to do this, and we're not gonna do this, and they're not gonna do shit, so the government's not gonna do anything. I understand where this guy come from, and there's a lot of quote unquote stupid people that are gonna think that. But if you actually know anything about in the U.S. about our Constitution, about our government, actually went to fucking school and was actually taught what it is and what it means, you know that these lockdown orders the government can't do because it circumvents the Constitution, and they can't do that. So,
well, you guys have something. Have definitely a more. Yeah.
I was going to say, and it's a misconception. The Constitution doesn't grant rights. What it does is it tells the government what it can and cannot do.
yes. All right. So the Constitution is basically a set of. That's why they say the Constitution is the foundation, because that is what the government is built on. This Constitution basically dictates what the government can and cannot do, what freedoms, what rights that the people in the United States have cannot be taken away. They are concrete and they are there to stay. You take that out, you start changing that, the entire premise that the government's built on will collapse around it. That's pretty much the point of it. So when you start having people like governors or senators or anything like that, the Congress going through and trying to say, well, you can't do this because of this. Like, for instance, Second Amendment laws. Okay, they cannot fully take away your Second Amendment. Yeah, they can add on caveats, but they cannot fully take away a person's right to own a firearm. Same with, they cannot fully take away a person's right for free speech. They cannot fully take away a person's right to freely assemble. Now, caveats to that is, you break the law, you're going to jail. You're not going to be able to freely assemble, but you also broke the law too. And you got to go through those caveats. And this whole lockdown order, I think Bill Riddle said it the best. If you gotta have
Bill Riddle.
Yeah, well, if you're going to have something like this, where governors, state officials, or federal officials can go through and say, we have a dire emergency. We have a emergency situation. We need a legal definition of what defines a emergency, because we don't have that. Right now, it's just based off of interpretation of everyone else's mentality, thoughts about it. So, my interpretation of emergency will be different than Penn's. It will be different than Samaj's. It will be different than anyone else's. So we need it can be. Because there's some things that, like, you would consider an emergency.
Yes.
I consider, it's no big deal.
Whatever. I'm a stickler for some words. Can and would are two different things.
Yeah. But regardless, the point I'm trying to get to is we need a concrete definition of what emergency is, and what is and what will not be.
Right, because then this works in the opposite direction. Remember how Trump wanted to institute a state of emergency because of the caravans basically coming to the southern border, and Congress is like, no, that's not an emergency. He's being hyperbolic. That's not an emergency. Like, it works in both directions.
You know,
if you concrete what constitutes as an emergency, then it should be no problem for the president to enact emergency powers.
Emergency powers and being able to declare emergency are two different things. As far as what my stance is for, like, okay, the caravans, coming from Mexico up into the United States. I didn't classify that as an emergency. I didn't look at that as an emergency. I didn't even look at that as an invasion. Did not. At the end of the day, you can probably just look at them as refugees. Yeah, it's a border. Yeah, it's bullshit. But you know what? That's what the border is there for, is to check and balance people supposed to come in. Maybe the government shouldn't impede on the border's powers to do that. So,
and that's part of the problem, is if they were impeding on the Border Patrol's ability to do their job, saying, oh no, it's okay if X amount of people come in and they just keep letting it happen, then there's no enforcement whatsoever.
yeah, that's where the issue needs to be fixed and corrected. Not issue a state of emergency because, oh, we got all these refugees coming up from Mexico into the
But
United
that's
States.
just it, is that unless there is intervention and telling them, no, what you're doing is wrong, nothing's going to get fixed.
That's what, Pan, this is what I'm trying to say, is you cannot really nearly use powers like that whenever it suits you or pleases you. There must be a defining reason and rhyme of what needs to be done in these particular situations. I mean, that's unfortunately that's the way it needs to be. And will it impede on some of the president's decisions and choices and acts? Yes, most certainly. But that's also the reason why the government's built on checks and balances too.
Well, and the government probably has its working definition of an emergency. Sorry, have their working definition of what they have, what they would classify it, and they probably have like
It's
a series of.
It's a vague interpretation. Very
Well,
vague.
and they probably have a series of like checks and things they would use to define it as that. I don't know if they necessarily use like a grid or anything. Some of it might be reactionary, and I mean, I can't really fault them if something's happening that would cause them to be
snowfall. All right, so here's what one of Texas's considerations for emergency is: snowfall greater than 2 inches.
Oh, okay.
That's a little asinine.
Yeah.
You can grant and give emergency states of ability in Texas for more than 2 inches of snowfall. Oh my God, we got 2 inches of snowfall. Everyone's quarantined to the house because it's too dangerous to go out because there's 2 inches of snowfall on it. See how that kind of walks against the people?
I can see how that would be a problem. Yeah,
that's the reason why we need these.
There you go. All right.
Because right now, like I said, it's based off of vague interpretations of what everyone's idea of what emergency is. Okay, 26,000 people. What was it? Yeah, 26,000 people in a state of 5 million had COVID. Probably a couple thousand of them died in the state, and I'm talking about Wisconsin. Not even 0.00001% of the population. How is that an emergency? Okay, if it's 1% of the population, I can see it, okay, possibly it's an emergency. If it's 7% of the population, okay, I can see an emergency. But 0.00001%. Not even a fraction of a percent. I'm sorry, you should not and have the powers to be able to declare an emergency in that circumstance. And the governor is actually trying to circumvent 4 judges saying that they have been swayed and persuaded by Republicans to cause chaos and anarchy in the state because they're wanting to reopen.
I think part of the problem was, and maybe it could be used as a rationale for the lockdown. It is probably because this virus is such a new virus, and I do think this was like genetically made.
Okay.
Just because it's such an unknown.
All right. So here's one of the things that they're not telling you, and if you look at the 2 different tests that they've been doing, because they have 2 different tests. They have one test that tests for if you have a virus. And there's another test that they do. It's an antibody test. It takes a little bit longer to do, but see if you have antibodies from the virus. And you know what they've been seeing? They've been seeing a lot of people that have not tested positive for the virus. They did not have the virus. They did not get sick. They did not know about it. But they have those antibodies. So the common conclusion is they had it. They got over it. That number is far fucking greater than people who got it.
Oh yeah, I'm not
stating.
saying that,
They're
look,
not stating that.
I'm not saying that a solution to the virus can't be found. I'm pretty sure it can be.
No,
What
no,
I'm saying is no. What I'm saying is that in the early days, this was a very unknown virus with symptoms that we've never seen before. Because we've had coronaviruses before; they've existed before, and if they're going to mutate, they're going to mutate in a certain series of ways. That's just considered. But it's went in a completely different direction because it mutated and showed signs of the HIV virus and AIDS. That's not a direction it's supposed to go in. That's part of the reason why the theory is that it's genetically made. But I was also going to say we got some new information the other day. Turns out it also has traits of the chicken pox.
Yeah, it does.
Which is also not a direction it's supposed to go in. So if you're finding all these unknowns, and potentially if your population is going out there, and we don't know what else it could do, because if it has traits of the chicken pox, and we know chicken pox, like later on you also get symptoms like shingles and stuff. Later on in your life, you could get something even worse. We don't know. Again, and then if a second wave were to come, granted, this is all hyperbolic and all that stuff, but with so much unknown, lessening the potential damage is probably within the best interest, because if let's say the general population and herd immunity kicks in, great. Well, maybe come next year it's going to be worse.
Well, see, that's the thing. That's the thing. That's why I was trying to go on. And let me try to re-explain, because I don't think you really got what I was trying to say. The herd immunity has pretty much already happened. There is more people showing signs of antibodies, of having the virus and fighting it, than people that actually were diagnosed sick with the virus.
No, I agree with you on that. No,
or maybe they were sick, but it was just so mild that it didn't affect them as severely as some others.
But that's the thing. That's
okay. Historically, look, we've had other pandemics before, and there were similar situations back then as well. What I'm getting at, so historically showing, is that the next year, the next cold and flu season, it was worse because they had it before. What I'm saying is like
you're talking about Spanish flu.
I'm saying that it's all well and good to believe in herd immunity, but next year probably was going to be worse.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing. What are you gonna do about it?
Well, there's not much that we can do about it. I mean, the problem with the one thing that is, and that could be the good positive thing to say is probably the lockdown. Because if you have less people interacting, that's less likely to get it.
Yeah, but okay, so
I'm not saying it's a good thing, but it's the only logical solution.
All right, you got more people getting sick in the house than actually going out intermingling. There's actually cases within New York State and other countries where people that are coming in and getting sick were already locked down for a period of time, and they're still getting sick.
I didn't say it was a smart lockdown. I didn't say it was a reasonable lockdown. I'm just saying a lockdown of some sort was probably the right answer. But I think the way we've done it is stupid. I think because sunlight is probably the best disinfectant, and we're getting people to stay inside. Look, you could have a lockdown and just set up simple guidelines. Yes, go out, have a walk, go to work, but maintain social distancing. It's a type of lockdown. But what we've done,
that's not really lockdown though. That's just common sense. That's common sense practices that should have been done regardless, even in just the basic flu season and stuff like that. Making sure you take care of yourself, hygiene, keeping a distance from people and stuff like that. Yeah, to keeping the distance and wearing the mask and stuff like that's new and stuff like that. But I agree with stuff. I agree with that. I don't agree with shutting the country down. That causes more harm than good, because we shut the country down. Country's got to reopen. Guess what? And this is already being seen. People that have not been working, that have not been able to get on unemployment and stuff like that. Now they're being hit with the realization of, okay, now the 2 months that they were out of work, the 2 months that the utility companies and the mortgage people and the renters, they're going, okay, we're going to hold off for 2 months and then we'll come back in. Now they're asking for 2 months up front. Well, it's gone now. We want our money. They're not delaying it. They're not pushing it back. It's okay. 2 months rent's due. 2 months worth of utilities are due. They have not what? That's going to cause more of an issue than the virus. The solution cannot be worse than the issue you're trying to fix. If you're doing that, you just shut yourself in the fucking foot.
Well, that's a different issue. I mean, I'm just talking about just general health, about how to keep from keep the potential for even worse damage to be done. And what I mean that from a health perspective, yes, you're right, absolutely right about the economy thing. I don't think that businesses should have shut down because you're right, everything else played a factor. Absolutely. In that also regard, it's probably one of the problems with the states and everything, and also here in Canada. I mean, the provinces have different rules and regulations than the federal government. And I think some provinces have stricter rules that I think are more detrimental to the actual province and the general population. And the same thing with down in the states. I think that, yeah, generally it probably shouldn't have gone that direction. Absolutely. I mean, I think you and I agree more than
I'm not disagreeing with this virus is a problem. Yeah, the virus is a problem, but is it as big of a problem as they thought? Because okay, let's go back in time a little bit. Let's go back to when this first came out. Back in around the beginning of April. They were predicting by the end of April, 2 million people were going to die from this.
Mm-hmm.
Back at the beginning of April, all the health experts, all the gurus, all the experts, if we do not do this, oh no, it's not if, it's even if we do this, even if we do the lockdown, even if we do social distancing, 2 million people are going to die before the end of April from this pandemic. Have we reached that number in the middle of May? Not even close to the number of infected. Mm-hmm. So the models and the bases that they were going off of were flawed. They were the absolute worst case scenario on a virus they had no idea about. It was stupid to go through and do something like that.
I don't know. Part of me tends to wonder, is this the amount of deaths that's going to happen if we don't do something?
That's if they did. That's if they did. They even announced it that way. Even with the social distancing practices, even with the lockdown, even with people being forced to stay home, predicted 2 million deaths by the end of April, middle of May. We're actually past the middle of May. We have even reached half, and not even 1/3 of that. Just in infections.
Mm-hmm.
Not even 1/10 of that in deaths.
Yeah, no, I can see that.
So again, I stand at my position of it's not as bad as what everyone's making it out to be. Yes, it's the virus is showing traits of other viruses, underlying ailments for some kids, and they don't even know for sure if that's what it is from. They don't know if it's from the virus. They don't know if it's from someone else. Fuck, it could be something that they're allergic to in the house that they're living in, and for the simple fact that they haven't been going outside and doing things, they've been stuck in the house for so long, they finally got into it and now showing some sort of fucking reaction. Nobody knows. There's no hard evidence. It's all speculation. You cannot base something off of speculation.
And I do think that some of the numbers are probably like messed up there, because I mean the amount of people dying from a basic cold and flu have diminished to zero, because it's all coronavirus, which is of course impossible, but that's what a lot of the numbers have shown, and that's pretty ridiculous. Absolutely.
Yes. All right. So if this is the dynamic and the basis they've been going off of in major city hospitals. if you showed any kind of a symptom and died, even though you died from a gunshot, you died in a car accident and stuff like that, you got counted towards the coronavirus death. If you died and you were healthy as possible and you showed the antibodies from the coronavirus, or you tested positive for the coronavirus, it was counted as a coronavirus death.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean that's not okay, and someone has to go through that, and I don't know if they can.
They've actually been going through that, and a lot of the people that they pronounced dead because of coronavirus died from alternate reasons. Had nothing to do with the virus.
Right. I'll be right back.
Okay. About the increased suicide rates.
Yeah, that too.
From being stuck inside.
Yep. Look, I don't want to seem like I'm a person that wants to just brush this off entirely as a fucking fluke and a hoax. Something that's, much being portrayed as much worse than what it is, but I mean, come on. To this point to this point right now, as it stands, still more people have died from the common flu in past years than people have actually died of this virus now in the United States.
No, but I mean, like,
still
there are smarter ways of, well, I guess hindsight 2020. There are now smarter ways that we can see from examples from other countries of doing lockdown-esque type thing without actually shutting down all businesses, without having to force people. Like, it's like a soft lockdown. It's like
you don't even have to do that.
Better social distancing, better hygiene.
You don't even have to do that.
Focus on the most vulnerable, being those with pre-existing health conditions that are predisposed to being severely affected by breathing complications, the elderly, and small children.
Yeah, and I agree with that, but here's the thing. If you look in countries like Sweden, if you look at states like North Dakota, the numbers are far, far, far lower than anyone else. And
That's what I was alluding to.
And those are places that didn't do jack shit. Now, I know it's flawed going off of two places amongst everywhere else. But there's other factors going into this, and there's got to be more factors that count into this. Like I said, for the simple fact that you see more fucking... If you look it up, and you look at the number, and I don't know where Bill Riddle came up with the number from. I don't know where you got a source from. I haven't been able to find it yet. But, I trust him. I trust him to the point of... I know he's not gonna lie about it, and he brings stuff to the table that's factual, and if it comes up it's not factual, he corrects himself on it. So, as it stands right now, I'm gonna go off of him being factual and trust the number. But if you look at the antibody cases compared to infected cases, down, sick, infected, they're in terrible condition compared to people that have been tested and they find the immunity for this virus. Like I said, more people have the immunity that were not diagnosed sick or was sick and just fought through it. They didn't think there was no issue. Then there are infected cases. So if you go by that metric and you go by that number, technically the lockdown didn't do shit. The social distancing didn't do shit. And all this other stuff didn't do shit because there's now a far vast majority of people that show antibodies. They didn't get sick, but they still got it. Then there are people that actually have been confirmed to have it and or have died from it. So if that's the case, what's the point?
I get you.
There's no point to it. It's people stuck at home for 2 months, not earning a paycheck, now have to face the grim reality of now they gotta come up with back pay for utilities and mortgage payments and stuff like that. And the foreseeable future, in the next month to 4 months, I see an increased poverty rate coming up. More people staying on unemployment, more people being kicked out of the houses, more people not being able to get the basic necessities they're gonna need, running water, electric, and stuff like that. And by the time when it comes around, we all gotta see an increased death rate. Not from the virus, from the fact that people freezing to death outside because they lost their homes and they have no way of getting food and shelter.
Right.
That's how I'm looking at it. So, let's move from a grim topic to another topic. How would you think movie night was last night? And I don't mean the GNF movies that we stream on GNF. Pin here had a marvelous idea, and I thought it worked out pretty good. So I'll let you kind of talk about that a little bit.
Thanks for putting me on the spot.
Well, I had to go get soda, so I figured I'd let you talk for a bit.
All right. So this is basically me filling in dead air. So I had an idea, something to do, you know, in celebration of, okay, things are maybe going to start getting back to normal. Let's have a nice little uh family friendly movie night kind of thing. It doesn't necessarily have to be family friendly, but just something nice. GNF runs a whole bunch of very bad B movies sometimes really good old A movies, whatever we think, or I should say whatever Rogue thinks is fitting for the month, for the topic of the month, or just whatever we end up doing. I trust his judgment on those. Anyways,
I'm glad
I was
somebody
like,
does.
ooh. Well, him being more knowledgeable in the movie industry, I defer judgment to him for that. In either case, for this, I just said, "Fuck it, I want to have a movie night." I haven't watched a new movie with a crowd of people uh recently, like a brand new movie out in theaters kind of thing. I was like, "Oh, I was interested in this new Scuba movie, and it came out on Friday." It's like, well, I can't do it on Friday, but maybe do something on Saturday. So I was like, "Okay, fine. I'll pay for the movie, and I want to have my closest 30 to 50 some odd friends come and just join me for a evening of just some fun, and treat it a little more like a movie theater setting. Try to keep talking to a minimum. Try to, if you've happened to see the movie beforehand, no spoilers. If anybody is restreaming this, you will be kicked, kind of thing, because I wanted to do it as legit as possible. And there are exceptions to somebody purchasing a movie and resharing it with others in a non-commercial capacity. It's the equivalent of having bought a DVD or a Blu-ray of a movie, because VHS, what's that? Uh, and having friends and family over to watch it and rewatch it multiple times. That's the whole point of you purchasing it. I mean, there's the argument now of physical copies versus digital licenses, because companies will argue that they own the licenses, they're just letting you borrow it. And I don't agree with that, because prior to having digital versions of things, you could still go out and buy the physical copy, and the company can't just come to your home and force you to give the DVD or Blu-ray back. Anyways, so I thought it went pretty well. Not to get into the details of the movie, but the decorum of the people who were invited. I mean, it was an open invitation, but there were some people who I thought would be interested that I sent them messages directly to join. Some who got it would have loved to have come but couldn't make it for other obligations that they had.
I know who you're
Uh,
talking about.
huh?
I know who you're talking about for one of them.
Well, for at least one of them. And what was it? There was like maybe 7 of us at any given time,
Yeah.
just watching the movie and having fun. And when something funny happened, or when we saw
It's like,
Easter
oh
eggs,
my
yeah,
god.
yeah, like, oh my god, this is fun. The typical
This is so
reactions.
corny. This is
Yep.
so cliche. Oh my
Mm-hmm.
god, they really did that.
Yep. Yep.
And
It
that's
was it was fun, and I would like to do more of that going forward.
yeah.
I was discussing with Rogue prior to movie night last night, and I think I had mentioned it in uh at the end of the movie, but in the transition, because we also had a double feature. Thanks, Sparky, for introducing me to the second Jurassic World movie. um, where it would be cool to set up a Discord specifically for running movies like that you can have uh groups of 10 to 20, maybe 25. I don't know if I'd have to have a nitro for more or whatnot, but decent sized groups of people that come in and want to watch movies, even newer movies, like the either same day or the day after that they come out. If going forward, movies are going to become available on streaming services same day that they would have normally released in theaters.
I
I would
don't
even say maybe
I
they
don't
hold on. Even if theaters somehow are gotten bailed out and that's still a thing, maybe have deals where a week later they release the film via streaming services. Fine. But it would be nice if people want to come in and just have a group of people come in, and like auditorium style, you have one chat that has the projectionist one playing this movie at this time to this time, and auditorium two voice chat with the projectionist showing this movie at this time, kind of thing. I'm trying to think of like a virtual theater type setting.
and that's good and all, and I actually do think that there's streaming services that actually kind of do that. I've I've run across a couple of them 2 or 3 years ago, and it's just what was it? Rabbit was that way. Rabbit was one of those sites that you can get down, and if somebody was streaming a movie or playing a movie, um, you can have it open to anyone that is logged on to that platform. They can come on and they can watch that movie with you, and it's anyone that was on the platform that you had opened up to anyone watching. I've done that a couple times. It can get a little obnoxious at times, but yeah, I've seen people do that. That's why I did with Anime Watch Club. That's how that got started, because I like the premise, and that's one of the reasons why I like doing Mechanic Tuesdays Anime Watch Club. I like the premise of sitting down and watching a show, and not to say really watching it, but talking about it. So I said science theater movie 3000 style, and that was my idea for Anime Watch Club. And like I said, I streamed anime, watching it with several people. I can name Jin Max, Lo-Fi, Tyro, Starwind, KG, a couple different people. We've had random people jump in on some of those because either Lo-Fi, Tyro, KG, or Jim Max invited someone in, and we had 2 or 3 new faces talking about a show. Not per se really reacting, but talking about it, and
Right.
that's what I like, and that's what I like doing, because I not only talking about it with people, but I also like watching people's reactions. If I watch a movie like with good example like with Jurassic World, and I've always seen the movie, and I'm watching it with somebody that doesn't or has not seen it, I like watching the reactions. Kind of like when Blue came out. in Fallen Kingdom, and they had the old car that got pushed off the tow road by the Tyrannosaurus in the original Jurassic Park movie. I like seeing people's reactions. Oh my god, it's a toy car. It's from this point, and talking about it. That's what I like. I like seeing people's reactions over it, and then later on talking about it. And same thing with like video games or anything like that.
Right. I get the argument because I've heard you and I've heard a few other people make something similar. It's like people already do that. It's like I know my idea is not a unique thing. I
Well,
get that, but
I
it's an
wasn't
idea
arguing. I wasn't
in
arguing.
my. I don't know, but I wanted to throw this out there. Not that that's necessarily what you're arguing,
Well,
but my brain is already making the argument for
I,
me.
I think, sorry to step in there, but I wanted to say I think there is some merit in the what you're saying. Maybe what instead of setting up like a streaming service, but maybe set up a different service like a digital theater, because like movie theaters are going to be suffering. And let's say you had the ability to pay to watch something, but other people could watch at the same time. In fact, you could even have maybe a chat window up if you wanted to. Like maybe if they were to do something like that, and then show the Black Widow movie, because Lord knows they can't show that this year. It might get bumped up to next year or next summer, because movie theaters are kind of in flux right now. Like AMC, they can't sell anything, can't sell popcorn, can't sell nothing. But maybe hey, they can set up a service where you can watch this stuff. I don't know. Maybe that's an option. Although, granted, like the big corporations, why would they do that? There's Disney Plus. They want that.
Yeah.
So,
But the idea is that it's a non-commercial, not profit kind of thing, and because like I said, doing it as legally as possible, I paid for the product to watch. And I invite people to come in to watch it with me. I'm not asking for money to pay. I'm not asking people to pay for it, per view or whatever else. It's I have this thing, come and have fun with me.
Well, you see, it gets into a technicality problem that it really does because you buy the movie, yes, you legally bought the movie, and you're showing it to 10 people. All right, let's do some basic math right here. So, say a movie costs $20, and around plus or minus. Yeah, a movie will cost around $20. Okay, you bought the movie, and you're showing it for 10 people who do not have the movie and who do not own the movie. Okay, so other words, for them to watch the movie before that, they themselves will have to have paid $20 to actually get that movie. The problem is it doesn't matter which way you go about it, you're taking revenue from them and doing it stuff
I
like
wouldn't
that.
I wouldn't necessarily say that because again, let's look at past examples. And Rogue actually had to explain this to me because I didn't understand why movies streaming cost so much until he explained it. If you and four of your family members, a husband and wife and two kids, shut up about inclusivity, I don't care. Husband, wife, and two kids go to a movie to see Scoop, like we did yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Even if they were students and seniors at matinee, you're still paying at least $21 plus just for the movie tickets. Then you have to buy the popcorn because I'm sorry, you're not going to have screaming toddlers sitting quietly in a movie theater uh, without giving them something to eat as well, something to munch on. So bag of popcorn and a couple of sodas for everybody, and you all go watch the movie. You're paying what would be the same for four people to go watch the movie. It's just broken down into smaller chunks and allowing for the theater to make make some revenue from the snacks and whatnot. And then, 3 to 6 months down the line, when the movie is ready to be released on Blu-ray or DVD, like, oh, you pay another $10 to $20 for one box for a family of four, to watch it as many times repeatedly as they want, rather than, oh, mom has to buy it and dad has to buy it and the two kids because that's the logic that implies.
And
I see what you're saying, but if I'm purchasing it and hosting a private watch party for non-commercial purposes, what is the difference?
Well, all right. So here's the difference. When they sell DVDs and movies, they always take into account the fact that, okay, a family buys the movie, a family's gonna have it. That family could have mom, dad, a couple kids, grandma, uncle, aunt, stuff like that. They always take into account that, okay, you buy the movie, it's gotta be that. You're putting forth the argument of hosting, say, your Discord, and you're paying for the movie, and then you're watching it, and then several people come in. I said let's stick with 10 because that's a good round number, but you say 10 people come in. Okay, that 10 people say they're watching it with their families behind them, so they're watching it off the screen with you previewing it. They're still losing money. They're still losing money because, okay, those 10 people did not pay $20 to pay for that movie. You did. In the end, they still lose revenue, and that's why they get antsy about it.
But
if you're just showing it off like that.
But here's the thing. I'm the one who owns the movie, and I'm showing it one time.
Yeah, and that's why they have licensing.
But if other people wanted to watch it, they would have to be responsible for buying their own copy to rewatch it again.
But are they going to do that?
That is not my concern.
I mean, that you could argue that's a reason to get a subscription service to like a streaming platform. And if someone generally likes it, then they might actually buy it. One historic example would be something like Game of Thrones. Like for Game of Thrones, like DVD sales were through the roof, and they couldn't quite understand why it was because they went through the numbers about how, like let's say everyone who watched Game of Thrones on HBO, if they all bought a DVD and they showed it to a couple of friends and they bought DVDs, it still wouldn't account for all the sales that they got because they had at least like 10 times the amount of sales over what they normally have. And then they found out that that if you go through the, let's say, their attempt to factor in all the numbers from people who are watching it illegally, either through like streaming sites or just downloading it through torrents, and then you factor that in, chances are it's more likely that they got it through there and they got exposure. And if you got good positive exposure, you're probably going to get sales out of it as well.
Yeah.
I think that, yeah.
I was going to say, just like the argument is that exposure to the argument for piracy, that piracy actually has, in some cases, helped sales, has increased revenue. Mm-hmm. It's not all the time, but there are cases where it does. Mm-hmm. So just to blatantly say that, oh, me showing the movie to 10 other people means that that's lost revenue. Well, it could be, or it could mean that I just convinced 10 other people to go buy a copy for themselves.
I think it's lost revenue if it's not a good product. If it's not a good product, there's definitely going to be lost revenue because of that alone. Sorry, go for it.
Well, I'm not. See, that's where it gets into this caveat of it turns into a what if situation. And it's one of those what if situations that really, then gets if the studio or the company or anything like that, if they really found it as such an issue and a loss of revenue and stuff like that, that's where it would be litigated in court, and then go from there. If was it illegal to do this or was it not illegal to do this? That's if you look at the warning labels of I can't remember what they said.
Are you talking like at the beginning of, like, on the old VHSs at the beginning of movies where don't resell this, don't charge other people to watch this film, that this is your personal copy, blah, 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 blah? That is actually against the law to do all these other things?
Well, yes and no. It comes out like this. All right. The unauthorized reproduction or distribution of this copyrighted work is illegal criminal copyright infringement without monetary gain. It is investigated by the FBI and is punished up to about 5 years in federal prison and fine of $250,000. Criminal copyright infringement without monetary gain. That's technically what that is. They've already put those stipulations in place. That's why I'm saying not really a good idea if it's open to the public. I don't see it being a bad idea if it's like a group of friends or like a Discord of people. Say my Discord or your Discord. You have a group of people you talk to regularly and you do stuff with regularly. A good group of friends. It doesn't become an issue when you're doing that. But if you open it up to just everyone really nearly coming in, that's where it gets into an issue. That's why I'm saying.
Let me rephrase. The other idea that I had was it wasn't just going to be new movies either. Like Netflix, Discord has it where they actually promote you can watch movies with friends from Netflix. Things that have already been out for a while that somebody who pays for the subscription service already is sharing a movie with friends.
Yeah.
I think yeah.
Well, no, and I get that, and I'm not. I'm only just trying to. How do I want to put it?
I want to do this as legally as possible too. If what I did is not considered legal, then that would come to a question of, well, because right now we're in new territory. Movie theaters, or I should say movie studios, have never had to do this before. Release their films direct to streaming because we're in a lockdown.
Yeah.
That people can't go out and associate and congregate at these places where they would normally watch movies. Yeah. But things change, and that means that what currently is on the books as law is what stands until it is changed. And laws take a long time to catch up with technology.
Yes,
so at the moment, it could be legal until it is challenged in court.
Yeah. Well, see, the only reason why I'm saying that is like streaming services like Netflix, Hulu, Vudu, and stuff like that. They have contracts and licenses that they bought and purchased, and they got to pay for it. When they go through and they put something up on Netflix or one of these other sites, not only do they got to pay for the actual content, they also got to pay for the licensing. That licensing stipulates that so much of their revenue that they get, whether it be from the movies that they actually get watched or the movies that they just have on there, they've got to pay a monthly fee to all of these studios. And that's how they make up for the difference of, okay, you buy a subscription, you watch any movie on there. It costs a lot of money. And the studios still get cut and still get paid for whatever that they would have or would not have sold in store. It's already been kind of fortified in stone. So you can't really use that as an example because, like I said, they pay licenses a month to all these companies. So they still get the money. You doing this without a license, it's still essentially the same thing. Not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing. Frankly, I don't see an issue with it. If you want to sit down and watch a movie with a group of your friends in a server, or just in general, or you want to sit down and have commentary over a movie and tell your thoughts and feelings as the movie's playing along, or even just reacting to it, I don't see an issue with it because in the end, it's not a direct sale of the work. You're not really distributing the work.
Well,
you're watching.
I think the problem that we're facing is that a lot of these places have their own rules in regards to like licensing and would they actually do it. I mean, in the end, you have to see if the movie theaters and the movie companies would agree to something like this. Yeah, and they wouldn't. I mean, they would if there was some benefit to it. And back in the day, that was Netflix. Because things were working pretty well for streaming and stuff, but in doing that, Netflix ended up becoming big and huge and popular because they got all this money from other people, other studios work and do a streaming service. And that's why Disney's like, well, we want that money for ourselves, so we set up our own streaming service. The problem with that is that they shot themselves in the foot because every other company thought the exact same way, and so now they're all setting up their own streaming service, and so like $15 a month. Now it's going to end up being $100 a month if you want all the different services out there. So essentially, we went from having a golden age of streaming to essentially cable, because now you're paying for packages. If you get your Disney package, you get your family-friendly movies. You want your edgy stuff, you pay for HBO Max. You want your you want alternate source to Disney, you go to the Warner Brothers streaming service. So it's essentially we've gotten all this. We got spoiled in a lot of ways when we had Netflix, but now they've all separated. Now everything's going to cost a lot of money, and Lord knows no one's going to pay that.
Yeah.
So that's why you have the increase in piracy right now.
Yeah. Well, and it's, you can, if you look at movie theaters and stuff like that, for them to show a movie, they pay a large sum amount of money each theater for the movie itself. And then as they show it, they mark up, for the seats and stuff like that, but they still then proceed to pay a percentage of that tickets to the company of that movie. And then end of the day, the movie theater is actually paying two times for that movie, for getting it to be able to show it, and then the profit off of that. And it takes a theater a long time to get their money back from buying that.
Well, as someone who went to school, like I didn't, but someone I knew who went to like film school told me about this. Essentially, the first week, all the money from ticket sales goes to the movie production company. So, like, let's say if it's a Disney movie, all the money from that week goes to Disney. The second week, half of that, and then the third week is the all that money goes to the movie theater. So they don't really profit all that much, and so that's why they get their money mostly from the sale of foods and stuff, which is why it's so expensive. Yeah. That actually shows you that the movie theaters actually don't make that much from the movies themselves.
They make it off the concessions and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, but here's the other thing that I was thinking about. What if I could reach out to? I mean, yes, chances are it might not happen. But what if somebody like me could reach out to the movie theaters, the new Avengers 5, whatever is coming out, and I have this Discord that I've set up as a digital theater, and I want to be able to pay for the license to stream the movie on a consistent basis, and charge people $1 per viewing. And part of the money goes towards the license. I'm not doing actual figures here. I'm just
what? Yeah, I know. Yeah, you don't.
Just throwing it out as an example.
Yeah.
And then whatever is in excess of the licensing fee, I keep. So I would be literally running a digital theater in a similar manner that the actual movie theaters, except I don't have all of that overhead that I have to pay for, the facilities, the staff to maintain it, except for maybe having a few bots and a few moderators to actually check, just to clean out the chats, purge the chats from the old movie to prevent spoilers and
hey, Maddie.
Sorry to say offensive comments, whatever, because some people can just be silly. And just do that. Nothing stops independent people from owning smaller theaters. It doesn't have to be AMC. It doesn't have to be Regal. There are some places that have smaller buildings where they run maybe 2 to 4 auditoriums at a time with a limited amount of people, like maybe no more than 20. And it's a good business. It's a family-owned or a community-owned theater.
Yeah, and you can do that, and you can, but it's still how can I put this?
But they still have to go and get the licensing fee.
Yeah,
I do think that I would like the idea of movie theaters being bought by smaller companies, like, or maybe like a smaller mom and pop kind of thing. Like that sounds like it would be great. It's probably not going to go in that direction, because what it sounds like, from what I've heard, is like a bigger company is probably going to buy up the movie chain AMC. So what I'm hearing is like there's two potentials to buy it. It's either going to be Apple or it's either going to be Amazon. I think I would prefer Amazon over Apple, but
yeah.
Because can you imagine, like, you're going to need an iPhone to get into the movie theater? It's like, fuck that.
Oh,
Yeah. But no, I understand where you're coming from, Pen, and like I said, I think it would be a novel idea, but I think it'd be more reasonable and more applicable if it was just a sit down and let's watch and talk about the movie. That one to me at least, I mean, it's more defensible, way more defensible, because I really doubt you'll be able to get a license. I really doubt being able to do it. That's the only way I can see foreseeable anyone like us can do it legally, is to have it as it's we provide the movie, we sit down and we watch and we talk about it, even if it's not like quote unquote being streamed like YouTube or Twitch or BitChute or any other place online. It still falls on the line of commentary, and that's the only really foreseeable legal thing that I can see where you won't have as many issues that you have to fight against.
I mean, if we had to predict the way that movies are going to work in the future, the dark thing is that I don't think that they're going to be movie theaters really all that much going around for a while. Just because, I mean, like you could make these studios can make more money sending their movies on their own personal streaming service than they could actually put them into a movie theater.
So I said the movie theater in town's open in my town.
Well, that's great, but a lot of the places aren't.
Yeah, I understand.
And a lot of the movie theaters throughout the country, like both in Canada and the U.S., I mean, they haven't opened because let me tell you, if there's anything that social distancing doesn't work, it's a movie theater. It's like essentially you're cutting your revenue in half because let's say like every second seat has to be vacant.
Oh yeah, no, don't. You know what social distancing doesn't walk in? A local hometown bar that opened up from 2 months of being closed.
Oh yeah, bars.
No. I can literally tell you this. I went to the bar Friday. It opened up, and it is a 25 by 50-foot building, and there was 120 people in that building.
Fuck yeah, there are.
Yes. And you know what? Nobody fucking cared because you know why? It's not here, so nobody cares.
Oh yeah, no one's gonna care. Well, look. Also, if you've been locked down for 2 months, obviously you're gonna go out.
Well, I can personally say this: there's enough alcohol in that fucking place on everyone. I guarantee any fucking virus would have died. I guarantee it.
Maybe that's the option. We should all become alcoholics. Come next What's that? Splitting time? I better start the vodka shots. By the time I get home, it's going on to whiskey, and when I'm ready for bed, it's time for a beer. Fuck that. That's the home. That's the home remedy.
Maddie, if you're out there, why don't you come and join us and talk a little bit about this?
Lord knows we got things to talk about. Yeah, I was going to say back in regards to the movie theaters, I think that they're going to do the streaming stuff, just because like why bother putting it into a movie theater when you could just get the same amount of views at home. With that said, though, not many people are going to be able to afford this. Like we pay our Netflix, that's about it. After that, it's like I'm not really going to pay anything extra for any of these other services. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying I advocate for illegally streaming stuff, but I'm just saying too many options. If we can go back to Netflix, that'd be great. But of course, like the problem with Netflix, like I mentioned earlier, is they had to share that money, and that didn't work out all that well.
You want to know what would be you want to know what I've basically thought about doing, because there's maybe I already get Amazon Prime because I basically have it for the shipping. So that's kind of negligible at that point. I had Crunchyroll, and I had as a family unit we have Netflix and Disney, and that's probably it. If I really wanted to sit there and say, well, shit, there's another movie series that I want to watch, or another TV series on another streaming service that I want to watch, but I don't want to pay the money, well, guess what? I'm going to cancel this for about a month, sign up for this other place for a month, binge watch, and then cancel and then go back. You're paying the same amount of money. I'm just switching between the two services. And they can't stop me from doing that.
Well, fair enough.
That there are other ways of being smart about your money without having to pay through the nose. Just pay it literally pay for what you want to watch and then cancel it and go back to wherever you were before.
Yeah, there you go. Or sail the high seas. I mean, that's not I recommend that YouTube. It's okay. Not saying that they should.
Here's another example. I have because I didn't technically cancel it. I have Audible as a subscription. But do I keep paying the $14.95 a month every single month? No. You can suspend your subscription for 1 month, 3 months, or 6 months. Because there's not a whole lot of books that I like to get all at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Well, sometimes these books are like 10 to 20 hours, depending on the book. If it's a massive tome, then yeah, it's going to take a while.
Mm-hmm. So there's another way of saving money. I can say I have the subscription, but I'm still saving money because I know what the service allows me to do, and I know my rights as a consumer. Let me see what Maddie says. The littles are awake and knocking around, and this is live and not on Discord solely. Don't want to broadcast someone else's show. Fair enough. Maddie, we have the Hulu, the Crunchy, and the Amazon. There you go.
Yeah.
What is it? We technically have Disney because it was a year offered through our cellular service.
Oh, there you go. The weird thing is like Disney hasn't really made a whole lot of money off their streaming service. I mean, they've had a couple of original content, but some of them are not doing all that well. Like apparently they had that live action Lady and the Tramp movie on there, which no one likes or is talking about. It's one of those such a boring movie. Yeah, I mean the only thing people are talking about with Disney Plus is The Mandalorian.
Or the censorship, like with Lilo and Stitch. Like, I shouldn't say censorship. The changing of content. Like Lilo is supposed to hide inside of the dryer when she's running from her bigger sister, but they change it to a pizza box instead.
Yeah, for some bizarre reason. And then there's like, yeah, it makes no sense. I mean, the rampant censorship going on Disney is ridiculous. Like, then they took out the crows from Dumbo.
Actually, no, they didn't. Well, maybe for the live action one, unless something's went back and watched Dumbo. The crows are there.
Oh, okay. I wonder if that's because because I remember hearing that they took out the crows. Maybe that was in the digital re-release in the movie. I don't know. There was something going on. There was also I don't know if you guys are a fan of Gravity Falls, but in the show Gravity Falls, Stan, what character Stan? He wears a fez, and there's like a fish symbol on his little hat, and they took that out because they said it looked too much like the moon and star from Islam. Which it's not. He's a member of the Holy Mackerel, so that's why it looks like a fish. But Disney interpreted it as the moon and star.
Disney, you created it in the first place.
Well,
that's what I don't get is like now they're going back and retro editing out the stuff that you created.
Well,
just own it.
It's from what I've heard, they hired a bunch of people to go through the content, and these are people who don't know anything about the content. They just sort of went through a few things and then assumed this has to be done, and they told the people who do all the digital editing to do this and do that. I know their other controversy is that they brought over The Simpsons, but then they switched to widescreen, which just zooms in and stretches out, and it doesn't look very good. And half the jokes are lost because
they're just outside of frame. Yeah,
exactly, and that's like that Bud and Bud Light. Like, god damn, that's not good.
Yeah, I know they eat it so in the South.
Well, Disney doesn't even want to acknowledge that they ever made Song of the South. It's like, but you realize one of your main attractions is based off of that movie in the theater, in the theme park.
Mm-hmm.
Thunder Mountain hosts the majority of the animatron, the cartoon characters that came from. It's like, oh, where did Briar Rabbit and Briar Fox and Briar Bear come from? Song of the South. Oh, we take no credit for that.
Mm-hmm.
Where the
That's
fuck do you
all
think
stupid.
Zippity Doo Dah came from? That movie. God damn it.
Splash Mountain has those characters, don't they? And that's a great ride.
Yeah, that's Splash Mountain. And then the thing is that there's a whole bunch of other animatronics that appear there that were never in the movie because they just needed to fill out the ride. So they stole some of them from the old America Sings attraction before that got closed down.
Oh man, I can believe that. Man, those Disney rides, some of them are great. And that's also a large portion of where they get their money is from the parks.
And they've been closed since March.
Well,
They've been
they're about to reopen, but they can't reopen fully because all
social
these
distancing.
well social distancing, but also these rides, certain rides need certain types of maintenance. And because they don't have the money to pay the people to do the proper maintenance that it needs, they can only open up maybe half the rides, if even that. So it all depends on what they can get up and running. So like they'll open, but not everything's going to be
Open.
available.
Right.
And that
And then how does the social distancing going to work? Are they just going to sit, okay, we're going to sit two to this row that normally seats four, like you sit here, and then you skip the next row, and then on the next row you seat the two opposite. Like and then what are you going to do? You got to spray down with Lysol and bleach as it goes through the exit
that
to
will
to the reloading area before you
I,
get the next group on.
maybe I don't know. And then if they had to do that, that's they got to pay extra for that. Like, do you have like some sort of disinfectant you spray the seats? I mean that would be a more reasonable idea, but I don't know. Especially when you have well, maybe not because you have kids and these kids they lick everything because they're
Well,
kids.
and are the operators wearing face masks? And it's already hard to hear the operators give their instructions about safety prior to getting onto the ride. Oh, and are they going to change all of the
Voice
ride?
recordings.
I was going to say, and are they going to change all of the pre-show to the rides to include the wearing the masks and the social distancing too? Because
Uh,
that's going to be a thing for a while.
maybe.
I wonder how that's going to look on the Star Wars ride. Oh, here comes Kylo Ren, but make sure that Kylo Ren stays like 6 feet away from you.
He's fine. He's wearing a mount. He's wearing a helmet. You can tell he can't hear nothing. And Darth Vader, man, that guy's already got a respirator. He's fine.
Oh, not even. Plenty of
Can
bullshit pushed every day. Zippity doo dah, zippity yay. My, oh my, what a wonderful day.
Dude.
Anyways.
Yeah, if I had to think of like where to go after this, like to try and get things back into a good swing of things, in the case of Disney, they need a hit movie, and they need because if you like for instance, you had movies like Frozen that was super popular. A lot of people went to Disneyland because of movies like that. They need another hit of that caliber. Um, and I don't know exactly how they're going to do that because a lot of the movies they have in production, animated movies are kind of not on their list. They're focusing on Marvel movies and Disney Plus original content. Like they need a movie and they need a hit movie. So I don't know how that's going to play out there. And even then, you need something with a mass appeal. And normally, the best way to do that is you have a princess movie. If you can make a princess movie, because they always sell, they always do well, and they will always bring people in. But I don't know if Disney, as it's currently set up, can really do that because they haven't really made too many good princess movies. I mean, they made Frozen 2. I don't know why, but they did. And as far as I can tell, there's no plans for anything else. With that said, though, I would ask if they could make another princess movie. Which one would you want to see? What's a movie that you think Disney hasn't done yet that they could?
Out of Prince. Well, they could go back through the old catalog of like of
Fairy tales?
yeah. I mean,
No,
there's
yeah, that's what I'm sort of thinking, like along those lines. Like, let me give you an example. A movie I think I would love to see them tackle is the story of I'm not sure what the title is, but the one with Rumpelstiltskin.
that basic. Yeah, that would just be Rumpelstiltskin. Yeah.
Yeah,
Technically, Shrek already did it though.
yeah, but that's Shrek version, and also like they were talking about rebooting Shrek, so it's not like any of those is going to matter soon.
Let's see, they already did Rapunzel. Uh, they Snow White, Sleeping Beauty. I mean, yes, the question would be like, what else? It's like, well, I mean, there are fairy tales from all these other countries
Mm-hmm.
that you could do. If you're whole about representation and all that, well,
I mean,
go and find the folk tales.
I mean, like one of their last movies they had there was Moana. That wasn't exactly a princess movie, and there, although
No,
people
she's the chief's daughter. Technically,
exactly,
it is the same thing, but not.
you have to remember, like one of the things that made Disney as popular as it is, they realized that like girls like to dress up as princesses. It doesn't necessarily have to be this princess or that princess. They love the dresses and they love the flashy colors and all that. And so that's always been a staple of Disney, and it's brought them a metric fuck ton of money. And now they've deviated from that because it's not inclusive or whatever. So they're going in different directions, and it hasn't really worked out all that well because when you had something like Moana, if girls dress up as Moana and they're not like Hawaiian or Polynesian, I should say, man, there's going to be such outrage on the internet. There's going to be articles about how racist these girls are, yada yada yada. So I mean, at this point, it's going to have to be.
I think
Yeah.
Maddie's getting a little antsy. He's like, "Hello, that's what I've been saying for a while." It's like,
Yeah.
I,
I mean, you had two movies that came out with either in the same year or within like the same 12 to 18 month time span. That was Coco and Moana. Both of them were cultural based movies based on the lore of their uh, respective ethnicities, nationalities,
Mhm.
whatever you want to call it. Nationalities, I think. Um, and they told good stories, and they were still full of wonder and excitement and adventure.
Mhm.
And they weren't pandering. Do more of that.
Well, the difference with Coco is that was a Pixar movie, and they have a different way of functioning than the rest than
Technically,
Disney. Yeah.
Pixar by then was already absorbed by Disney. So yes, it's Pixar, but they're operating under the Disney umbrella.
Yes, they are, and also was something to keep in mind is that was when John Lasseter was still in charge.
Which
It's
that whole thing also was bullshit, but
yeah, well, without John
John
Lasseter,
Lasseter is a very good storyteller.
well, and he also understands like the importance of rules and everything. Like when John Lasseter left, Wreck-It Ralph 2 was essentially going to go through the production. If you've ever seen Wreck-It Ralph 2,
Yes.
they essentially like the first movie had all these rules. Like the one character is a glitch. She has these rules. She can't leave the world. She can't do this, but she can do this, this, and this. And then here comes Wreck-It Ralph 2. None of that applies. Apparently, she can still have her glitch powers outside. It's like, oh, well, then what was the whole dramatic bit in the first movie? She couldn't leave, and her game was about to be destroyed.
So
That was
okay, I can
yeah.
answer that. I can answer that. In the
Uh,
first movie, she was a glitch because she was part of the original programming that King Candy tried to get her deleted, but didn't delete her completely. That's why she got her glitch powers. When she finally crossed the finish line, didn't matter that she win or not. When she crossed the finish line, the game was reset. So therefore her connection to the game was reestablished. So she wasn't technically a glitch anymore, but then I could sit there and say, well, then she shouldn't have
Well-
have had her glitch powers anymore.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I think certain parts got reset, but I think the glitch, like the damage from being a glitch, is still there, which means she probably couldn't still leave the game because as they said, a glitch can't leave the game. That was the rule.
Right,
That
you
was
have
the
to.
main thing.
Right, you would have to basically sit there. Okay, well, she either keeps her glitch powers, but she can't leave the game, or she loses her glitch powers. She can keep her memories, but then she can leave the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Unless you can sit there and explain, and I'm sure somebody out there with more knowledge than I do can, how a program can get reset and still retain bugs that have it do certain things.
Skyrim.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you go into the basis of programming. If you go in and you fuck with a program, say with mods or cheats, you can essentially, fuck up the actual code of the game. King Candy went in and changed the code of the game. It doesn't say how it got reset. Was it a full reset? Was it a soft reset? Or was it character placements got reset? I want to say since Penelope was the main character of the game and her winning the game kind of reset her in place of a character. That's what allows her to leave the game now, because now she is a character of that game, not some random foreign object. The fact that King Candy messed with the fucking code of the game still corrupted the game. She still has her fucking glitch powers, but now she's reset as a character. She can leave now.
Mm-hmm.
But then that comes in with the argument of if she's reset as a character.
Well, I mean, if we're arguing from the logics of games and programs, I mean, yeah, okay, a glitch could happen, but in the rules of this world, a glitch can't leave. That's the hard set rules.
Is that the hard set rules, or is that just what King Candy said? King Candy lied about a lot of things. King Candy removed her as a character from the game, so
That was actually
okay, but
that was a hard set rule because when the Cybugs invaded Candy Rush, Sugar Rush, and they tried to get Vanellope out of there, the game would not let her leave.
Yeah, because she wasn't a character within the game.
Well, we have look, they never explained away the glitch thing. They never explained that there's a caveat, an alteration. They never explained that. So we have to go with what we can see, and what we can see is she can't leave. And so, and then come the second movie, she can leave, but they never explained how or why. And then she has all her glitch powers and stuff. None of this was explained. And so, and not only that,
it's like, that's none of it's explained, and all thing we have is King Candy's explanation of a glitch can't leave. Well, King Candy's treating her like a glitch too. Something that was never made or meant to be in the game, but later we found out she was actually the main character of the game. So, like I said, we can't really take King Candy's word for it. It could be for a simple fact that King Candy made it to where she couldn't leave the game to get help.
This is the only thing I would argue is just because a character has lied doesn't mean that they're always lying. But then the question is, what are they lying about?
Yeah, what I'm saying, what I would assume is King Candy made it to where she couldn't leave to go get help.
I don't know about that. Again, we don't know.
We'll never know.
We don't know. Well, again, like if John Lasseter was still there, he wouldn't allow that to happen. Because he would have known, he would have done the same thing. I'm asking, like, wait, if you set up the rules of the world, you can't just throw them away in the next movie. It doesn't work that way, unless, of course, you have to explain it or show how it works, or show how this.
No, technically, they didn't throw the rules away because it actually shows. Was it Fix It Felix and the girl from the Cyber game getting married, and Penelope was right there in that game. They didn't throw the rules away.
Well, no. Well, they could have, because they have the technology. They could have just built the church there. Again, they didn't. Well, okay, that's fine, but I mean, there's we don't know if they could have just built it in there. They could have just brought over the programming and just and then like disassemble it, and Felix just tap with the hammer, and up it goes. I mean, we don't. Again, there's so much that we don't know that they didn't explain, and of course they probably have their guns out and worry about side bugs because you don't know if you killed all the side bugs from the first game.
Well, okay, so if that was the case, I don't really think that they would have left Sugar Rush because of that fact. Now, for the fact that the Cybug game, that's actually what it's built around, is Cybugs, and it was actually the main level where Ralph got his medal at. And actually, exact place where the memory flashback of her remembering her soon-to-be husband getting ate by a Cybug, same location.
She was programmed with the most tragic backstory.
Yeah. What I'm saying is this: one, we don't have enough information, so we can only speculate. Two, rules were not really set into place. We got a caveat rule from a character that has been known to jump from game to game because he wants to be the main show. He's fucked around the code, and he has lied about certain things in the games and certain characters to be able to keep his
but he
status.
said that. But he said the glitch can't leave the game. Later in the movie, we saw that she couldn't leave the game.
Yeah, she couldn't leave.
He clearly was. Yeah, she couldn't leave, but he clearly wasn't lying then.
No, he wasn't lying, but he lied about a lot of other things because one, she wasn't a glitch; she was a character. She was the main character.
Yeah.
But in trying to delete her, she became a glitch.
Well, he didn't delete her; he removed her from the game.
He tried to.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
By disconnecting her from everybody else and the rules of the game, he tried to delete her, but because she wasn't deleted, she became a glitch.
I think the main problem here is that there are certain things that were not explained, and it's leaving huge gaps, and it bothers me to no end. And that's part of the problem I hate with the second movie. The other thing I didn't like about the second movie is because by the end of the first movie, because Penelope's on the art on the arcade, she's clearly she's on the cabinet art. She's an important character, and this character is also they also established that she's beloved by the players. They fucking love her. All right, at the spoilers again to anyone who hasn't seen the second movie, but she leaves her game and becomes a permanent character in an online game.
Yeah, I didn't agree with that one.
I thought, what the fuck was that? First of all, you have the character that is the most important character to her own game, and she's no longer there, and players are going to go just to play her. That's going to affect the game. And she potentially puts all of her friends and all people she's in the game with at risk because they might need her, and they can't get her. And then the game people might stop playing the game just because she's not there. They've already established how important she is. Now she's gone for good. I thought that was, to me, that bothered me in no end. It's like, all my friends and family, yeah, they could potentially die. I have my new lifestyle here in this big action game. I fucking hate the second movie.
Yeah.
So much.
Well, okay, so here's an explanation somebody came up with. I don't particularly agree with it, but it's good to. It's fun to talk about. The glitch was actually a legitimate power in the game that Vanellope possessed. It was only because the Sugarlanders had their memories wiped, they didn't remember what the power was.
That's stupid.
I know.
Well, okay, the game.
Then what's the point of her being a princess? She could just be a character with a glitch. No, the point of her being on the box art was she was supposed to be the princess. The cabinet art was that she was the princess of this world. Not that her being a princess also gives her these magical abilities.
Well, no, actually, know what? There's actually some legitimate things to this because they actually show in a clip here while I'm looking at. It's note that the final arcade scene at the end of the film, you see the young racer activate Vanellope's glitch using the horn button at the top of the screen. One peak diamond is removed to indicate that a special ability has been used. Presumably, each of the other drivers also have in the game, and they clearly show that.
Well, okay, here's the problem I have with that because King Candy, in order to make his code for the game, he took out a bunch of her stuff and he put it into him.
Let me
Onto his
screen
code.
share this.
All right. Oh, you screen shared it here.
Dude, your text is like non-existent.
It's a little pixelated, but that's okay. So long as we can still see it.
Okay,
Yeah,
I see what he's talking about, but then that would mean, okay, so there is no pre-established rule either showing that these other characters have similar ability. Not that it has to be a glitch, but then that means each
No, they
character
have
has to have some unique.
Yeah, cherry bomb
I-
can throw cherry bombs. That's one of her abilities. And I can't. One of them had like an ice cream cannon on top of the fucking core. It's like each one of the characters has special ability in the game. That was already predetermined. Because it's shown as they're going through the racing, the other race is trying to stop Penelope. So I see some legitimacy in what they're saying here. Do I agree with it? No,
okay.
but
I can agree that potentially all the characters have a various different powers that has to be like either unlocked or powered up, or it takes time to get the gauge going. I mean, that's not beyond the rules of video games, and it's certainly a possibility within this one. With that said, though, I don't think her power was glitch, just because I think that became a default because her power is no longer there.
yeah,
Because
that could be
Well,
one thing.
I think like the glitch power came because King Candy was messing around with her code and putting it into his.
Yeah, well, it could also be the simple fact that that's why she is still glitched. Is her special ability still hasn't been restored or fixed.
Mm-hmm.
But and it doesn't explain why she was able to leave the game afterwards, unless it's just because that he removed her from the roster. It looked like she was random malignant data, and the game won't allow her to leave. But it's just not explained why.
Mm-hmm. No, the rules of the world are not clearly defined. I thought they were fairly defined in the first movie. I mean, like characters can come and go. If you die outside your game, you die permanently.
Maddie came up with the same thing that I just said. I'm sorry, I was looking at something else, not the screen, Maddie. But yeah, she's like, after the game reset, did the glitch ability replace the default power due to the reprogramming? I mean, possibly, but again, we don't know. It's speculation. It's like.
Well, I mean, she still had her glitch powers afterwards. I imagine like certain things are gone and that they have to get like re-put in, and she never went in and fixed it. Or maybe she did. Maybe it could be that. Well, actually, no, that doesn't make sense. I was gonna say maybe she went in, fixed it all up, so that way she could lead the game, but then she wouldn't have her glitch powers. I don't know. I mean, like I said, they in the first movie they established the rules, and in the second movie they threw them away.
Yeah.
If they explained how, no problems. They didn't explain how.
Well, I know how you can explain it.
Yeah.
No rules apply on the internet.
Okay, but she didn't start on the internet.
Yeah, it started in the arcade.
I know, but you could throw them out the second that you get on the internet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maddie's like, theory after the reset, was she able to leave since she was no longer a glitch? You see, that's the thing is, okay, if she's no longer a glitch, why does she still have her glitch powers? It's like, okay, explain this difference, unless it's just, I don't know.
Well,
maybe it's like Ultra Instinct. Maybe once she once she was able to glitch, she can actually learn and tap into it now. Who knows? We'll never know.
And also remember, like when the day was starting in the movie, and Ralph had to go back to his game, otherwise the game's not going to function. They had like a big, hugging it out and a tearful, cry and all that stuff because they felt like they might not never see each other again. Because she knows she can't leave. Like they have get-togethers in other games and in the little like in the hub and all. They do that all the time because that's their social interaction. she can't leave. And that's why she's all tearful and crying, because she feels like she's never going to see him again. Like I said, even if they didn't clearly define it, they pretty much gave you the hint and the information, the visual information needed to know that there's a very real chance they're never going to see each other again, unless of course Ralph makes a special trip.
Yeah.
And that's like, again, they established visually, they established story-wise, they established in the rules and all that this is how it's supposed to function. Second movie, none of it matters.
Well, there's actually another plot hole thinking about it if we want to go by that establishment. Okay, so if the game itself determines on how the characters function and what they can and can't do, how come whenever a character leaves the game and the game gets unplugged, they're still able to function then?
How come the character still functions?
Yeah.
Well, the data's not in the game.
Okay then, but still, if the code and the programming in the game basically determines everything about the character, how come they're still able to function though after the game is unplugged? That's not explained either. If the coding of the game is so important and detrimental to the characters themselves, then
yeah, that you're right. There is a certain story aspect to that doesn't quite mesh up. But I mean, there again, that's part of the universe in the world that they've established. Because remember, in that world, you have characters from games that were unplugged, like Qbert and other such. And Qbert is able to go back and forth.
Between that, I understand. So maybe it has to do with maybe subroutines and stuff like that. Maybe the programming of the game determines each of the characters, and it's not really the game itself determines the character, but it's kind of a preset road on how the characters interact, and then it's established within the characters themselves. And that's the case, then okay, she was restored as a character and frames put back into the game, but it wasn't fully overrode into her, because it's not even really explained if Penelope got her memories back. Yeah, she found out she was a princess, but she didn't act like any of the other characters whenever they got their memories back. So
how's that fun? Good.
Again, another plot hole, because if you look and you rewatch the show and the movie, you can see there's a clear change of every other character. Oh my gosh, she's a princess. Oh my god, I remember now, and stuff like that. But Penelope never really had that. She found out she was a princess because of Ralph or everything else, but she never really had...
I think I can explain that.
What?
King Candy tried to delete Vanellope before he locked away everyone's memories. By that time, when he disconnected her from the program, he disconnected the ability from being able to lock away her memories like he locked away everybody else's memories.
Okay.
I'm just saying it's a potential explanation, because in the order of things, if she is removed from the group and then he locks away everybody else's, the NPC and the player NPC and character memories, she's not part of the group where that would be affected.
Then why doesn't she have any memory or recollection of her being a princess then?
Well, she just sort of threw it, or just sort of thought it was all part of her pixlexia.
Pixlexia.
You know, and that could be the reason why she's still glitched.
I mean, I don't. What, you mean pixlexia?
Well, no.
Maddie's like, maybe since this was targeted to children, they weren't expecting people too into the plot holes this deep. It's like, yes.
We know, but it's fun to explore.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, so and you can't even keep it down to, okay, maybe only characters can leave the game. That's not true. You see Wreck-It Ralph leaving a fucking Pac-Man game with a fucking cherry. That's an inanimate object.
But that's why they also basically have the surge protector officer. Like, did you bring any contraband with you?
Yeah.
And he goes to hide it.
Yeah. I mean, the only explanation that we truly have is King Candy saying that, you know, glitches can't lead the game. But I take King Candy's word like um, Elizabeth Warren saying that she's Cherokee Indian.
So I don't forget. I also want to say I'm deeply upset that Ralph didn't make a cameo in Smash Brothers.
I'm gonna wreck it.
I'm sorry, I had to go on that small tangent. He should have been in that fucking game. Oh my god! I mean, Shovel Knight, man, not him. Oh,
Maybe in the next one. Who knows? Who knows? You never know. That would be cool.
The guy is praying that there'll never be another Smash Brothers because that guy is so fucking overworked. He's tired.
Hey, Smash Brothers has been a good IP for Nintendo.
It's made them a lot of money, and they keep coming out with new versions and new everything. Like I think the new game that came out there with all the various different updates.
I actually want to play the new, not new, but the latest Marvel vs. Capcom because I like the idea of Sigma and Ultron coming together to basically plot, destruction. That seems like a cool mashup.
It's I mean, yeah, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm not looking forward to that game.
Yeah,
I mean, I haven't played it yet, but yeah,
I haven't played it yet. I'm just interested in seeing what they're doing because so everyone knows I'm a Mega Man fan. I liked the idea of what they did in Archie comics of Wily and Eggman coming together and plotting against Sonic and Mega Man. That was, and legitimately that is actually technically canon. With the crossover between Sonic and Mega Man, that's been established. That's legit canon for both the Sonic universe and the Mega Man universe, because of that comic and how they took it, and they established that that happened. What I just find it interesting with that aspect, and then like I said, Marvel vs. Capcom with Sigma and Ultron. That just seems wicked. So I'm interested in playing it just to find out what they did with it. What if I'm impressed or not? We'll find out.
Yeah, give it a go. Give it a go. Why not? I mean, you might be one of the few people who like it, but there's you can probably still get the.
I like Mega Man. I like Mega Man Legends, Legends 2, and the Misadventures of Tron Bonne. To me, those are the best Mega Man games out besides from the original and the X series. And it is so dystopian from everything else. Not a lot of people like those games, so I like a lot of weird things.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough.
So, there is that.
Yee.
So, anyone else have anything they want to talk about? We want to continue on the topic of, what we've been talking on, or I mean,
about the plot holes within Disney movies. I haven't seen Frozen 2. I don't ever want to.
Not worth.
From what I've heard, there's plenty of plot holes in that one as well.
Water has memory.
Water has memory. Hey, there you go. I mean, it doesn't, but hey, whatever floats your boat.
It remembers how to go from clouds to liquid to solid to liquid back to clouds.
Okay, so here's my whole problem. So they played off the first movie as the king and the queen, not knowing the reason why Elsa had her special powers. But in the second movie, they know exactly how and why Elsa has her powers and goes to try to correct.
Maybe Maybe at the very no. At the beginning, maybe when she was just a baby, maybe or when she was born. But then when they started to research this a little bit more,
time out. This is where it falls apart because the cream comes from the land where those spirits are from.
the king didn't know that. That's why she had to tell him later on. I have a secret to tell you. They actually reveal that moment in the second movie. Is that she didn't tell him until later that her secret was that she came from that land. He hit his head and probably lost his memory about having met her. And she snuck away. She smuggled herself to go to the king's land.
Yeah, but that still brings up a lot of plot holes of, well, why wasn't this brought to fruition in the first movie? Because that would have explained and helped a lot of issues that were going on at the beginning of it.
Because quite honestly, this was an after the making the queen come from another land was an afterthought, and that they try to explain later on.
And that's a plot hole.
That they at least tried to patch up.
They tried to, but there's a lot of things that they could have done.
I'm just telling you that they did come up with an explanation. Whether it's a good enough explanation is the question. Because because again, Snow Queen was supposed to be based loosely was supposed to be based off of the Hans Christian Andersen, the Snow Queen.
Mm-hmm.
But then it became something else. I don't even think that they thought about making a Frozen 2 when they were making this one.
No, because they didn't.
So the only reason why they did was because of the popularity of the first.
Yeah. Well, it's like with How to Train Your Dragon. At least they
kept within their own rules to make it cohesive enough to make a second and third movie.
No, it's because they're following the novel.
No, actually, no, they're not.
To a point, they're following the novel.
Very, very. Even that is also very, 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 very loosely. Toothless is not even. Toothless in the books is the equivalent to the smaller, terrible terror dragons. There is no such thing as a Night Fury in the novels for How to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah. I mean, they added stuff to it. What I'm saying is at least there's a lot of things within it that they're sticking to the premise too. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, you're right on the first part of it. They're sticking to their own storytelling devices. And just adding to it, but not adding to it into a way of going and leaving something loose or open-ended. Because, okay, we know the reason why Buck is the way they are, or why they defend themselves against dragons. We know all this stuff. But it's I can't come up with any kind of plot. I can't come up with plot holes if you combine the show with the movie. But if you look at the show itself to itself and the movie itself to itself, no, I can't find any kind of plot hole offhand.
What do you think about How to Train Your Dragon, Samaj? Samaj?
Oh, he's muted and deafened. Here's another one. We can go off the Harry Potter thing.
I guess we could.
There's one portion that we can go off of that I think a lot of people have speculated over and talked about. Harry and Neville.
Harry and Neville. Okay.
Yeah. Technically, they're both childs of prophecy.
They are both childs of prophecy. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And they make such a fucking. All right. So. Okay. it's really weird how you look at this. Because if you watch the movie and you watch the final battle between Harry and Voldemort, technically, Harry didn't make the death blow. Neville did. Because it was after Neville beheaded
Nagini.
Nagini. It was after Neville beheaded Nagini. Voldemort lost his composure. And Harry disarmed him. He was able to disarm him from his wand. But after that, Harry didn't do anything to really kill Voldemort.
If you're going by the movie, yes. If you're going by the movie, yes. It should have been Neville, but at the same time, what the idea was is that they were trying to kill the Horcruxes, which were basically the shields, the barrier of defense that would have kept Voldemort alive. What the book did it better, although it still doesn't explain how Voldemort died, because Voldemort, even after Nagini was killed... Oh, in the book, yes. They didn't explain it in the movie because they never set up the plot points to address it. In the book, what killed Voldemort was himself. Because the spell that he had casted from his wand, which wasn't really his, rebounded and killed him. So he killed himself.
Yeah. So, yeah, alright. He killed himself in the book. But I
Technically, he also killed himself in the movie, but they didn't set up the premise well enough to explain that's what happened.
Yeah. Because, okay, the spell didn't rebound in the movie. The spell stopped because he pushed the Elder Wand to the point of breaking. And once Neville beheaded Nagini, that gave Harry an opportunity to disarm him. And he just sits there and just kind of fades away afterwards. So, I mean, it begs to... They explained it through the Death Blade. Well, I haven't read the novel, so
That's why I said in the books they did a better explanation. In the movies, because here's my problem: between books 3, 4, and 5, they had set up so much in the books. J.K. Rowling set up so much that happened in books 3, 4, and 5 that would have been explained in 6 and 7 in the setup, but they didn't do that in the movies because either J.K. did not finish book 7 by the time that they had started movie 4. So there's bits and pieces that are missing that were established previously in the books, previously in the timeline, that the authors did not think were important enough to highlight. That's why in books, in movies 6 and 7, well, I should say 7, 8, 9, 7 and 8, that they had to sit there and go, oh yeah, and by the way, this is this character that should have been introduced like 3 books ago, but we didn't do it because we didn't think he was important. And there's just so much that is being missed. Like the whole shtick with Bill being bitten and now turned into a half werewolf. He's kind of inflicted with the curse, but not really. But they don't even touch on that in the movies.
Yeah. And another thing, too, I mean, if you look at it, technically Voldemort is kind of like a distant family to Harry and one of the members of Ravenclaw.
The Harry Potter franchise needs to die in a ditch. I'm so
all right, so... no,
sorry,
I take that back. All right, the Elder... What was it? You can't explain the Elder Wand, but the Stone of Resurrection and the cloak, you can. Because the wand got stolen from one of the brothers, and then it's been like handed down or stolen and transferred over a period of time. But the cloak and the stone of resurrection stayed within the families. So
No,
if you
they didn't explain the stone, how it got passed around. They only explained how the brother who had taken it from death had it in the first place, and then okay, then how did it get to the next person? They explained that the cloak was passed down from father to son. The elder one was
time out.
the
Time
elder.
out.
No, I'm the
I
elder
need to,
one was explained. No, the elder one was explained
Maddie
as having
doesn't
been.
get what I'm saying.
Don't forget, Maddie is delayed.
I know. Okay, so I'm not I'm not talking about the Ron from Dumbledore to Voldemort and stuff like. I understand that one. Technically, the Ron belonged to Malfoy, and then whenever Harry disowned Malfoy, it became Harry's. I understand that person. I'm talking about the original owners. Because in the original owners, the wand was stolen and then handed around.
Right, that's how that. Yes, that's how it.
That's
traveled,
how the wand traveled. I'm talking about the stone and the cloak of invisibility, because technically, didn't the stone stay? The original brother died, but then that get inherited down to his son, because he did have a son.
They never explained how the stone traveled. They only explained how the
Cloak.
they only explained how the cloak and the dagger, or sorry, the cloak and the wand got passed around. They never explained how the stone got passed around.
Yeah. So I would assume it stayed within their family. Assume. And if that is the case, and it did stay within the family, then Voldemort and Harry would be distant relatives.
I think we just lost Samaj.
We did. Yeah, the cloak was handed down for the stone's travels not explained. The cloak was I knew that one.
Well, we can at least agree that Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them is a terrible movie. I hate those movies so much. They're so badly edited.
It is. So the stone was originally owned by Cadmus Privel, and Tom Riddle is a descendant of Cadmus Privel.
Okay.
Cadmus fostered the heir before his death as the Gaunt family was.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah.
That's why I say. So Voldemort and Harry are descendants of one another.
Yeah. Yes, they are. I forgot that's how
they brought that
in the first place.
They brought that up because they brought back up in one of the movies talking about the Resurrection Stone and how Voldemort was able to get it because, well, not Voldemort never even got it, but it explained how it came from, and it was the Gaunt family. And it's you had to do a lot of rewatching and watching the explanation to come to the fact of, oh, the Resurrection Stone was part of Voldemort's family.
Right. How they got their hands on it, how the Gaunts got their hands on it, I'm not sure. But apparently they did.
Yeah. So, because I remember I came to that realization, I think after like the third or fourth time watching the series with one of my exes because she was a big Harry Potter fan. And I came to that conclusion is they're related. They don't even know it, but they're related.
Well, they do kind of passively mention it as that if you go back far enough in the family trees, almost all witches and wizards are related to each other.
Yeah.
Because that's how, with the Black family, that Molly and Arthur's family is related to his, as well as Bellatrix's Lestrange.
Mm-hmm.
If you trace it back far enough.
Yeah. Here's another one nobody really ever thought about. And it's an anime. And I'm going to send an anime. I'm going to get a bunch of eye rolls. Naruto.
And yourself.
Okay, no, so Karen, one of the girls that follows along with Sasuke. Yeah, Karen, one of the girls that follows around with Sasuke. She's a redhead.
The Tsundere?
To a point.
Yandere. I'm sorry, the Yandere. Wait.
She's a yandere, yeah. But Karen, here's the thing. Her last name is Uzumaki. And she comes from the land of whirlpools. And technically, Naruto's mom also comes from the land of whirlpools.
She's also a, yeah.
And her last name was Uzumaki. Because whenever Naruto was born, they decided to stick with his mom's name instead of the fourth Hokage's name to keep suspicion down of Naruto. So, technically, they're related. By what relation is still not known, but they're related. And the reason why they use the Uzumaki lineage, that's actually one of the reasons why they chose Naruto's mom as the first vessel for the Nine Tails. Because the same thing that gives Karen her powers and abilities, she has a lot of stored chakra. Karen's able to heal other people by having them like bite her on the arm. She's able to transfer chakra, and she has such a huge reserve of it. She has a large life force, and that's the same thing why they chose the Nine Tails to inhabit Naruto's mom. She was able to contain the power, and that's the reason why everyone else, all the other Jinchurikis that house tail beasts within the show, as soon as you take the tail beasts out of them, they die. The only exception to that is 3 people.
Gara.
Huh?
Gara.
Gar is one of them because the simple fact, one of the village elders actually sacrificed her life to save his. So that's how that one was done. The second one was actually Naruto's mom. Because after the Nine Tails was released from her, she was still alive barely. They thought that she was going to be killed because of it, and technically it was thought she was going to die, but she survived. And then the third one...
Also, she would be most vulnerable after giving birth, too, so...
Yeah. And she just gave birth. She was vulnerable. The cell was weak. And that's why they waited to that point to get her to release the Nine Tails. But what I'm saying is, after you release a tail beast from the host dies. Every time. And there's only been 3 examples. And the third one is Naruto. And the reason why Naruto was able to survive is because they actually forced him and kept him alive until they were able to transfer a portion of the Nine Tails that they found to him. So, that was an interesting little tidbit of information that nobody probably cared about.
But you know what? We're here to talk about nonsense stuff.
Yeah.
Stuff that we want to talk about.
Indeed.
Indeed.
I'm pretty sure that we can find some more nonsense to talk about.
Well, I got something I just wanted to mention. We've had average 4 to 6 people watching us. The stream's got 4 likes, 2 dislikes. I wonder who those 2 dislikes are from.
I really don't
Well,
care.
On my end, it's 3 dislikes, so
I don't care.
maybe you have to refresh.
What
No,
what is
my
happening?
On my end, it's 4 likes, 2 dislikes.
Oh, okay.
But who cares?
What are you people doing?
Well, who cares? It's interaction.
I know.
And
know.
that's all right. So unless you got a couple thousand likes or a couple thousand dislikes, it really doesn't affect the video whatsoever. If it's down below like 1,000, they look at it as interaction. So whether it's good or bad, it's still interaction. So you're still helping.
Maddie, so let's talk about how they created a Jeffrey in the Rise of the Shield Hero with Bitch.
I love that name. I love it. I'm glad they got that name.
We should talk about that when Jen Max is here, because I'm pretty sure he can probably hit that nail on the head because he knows a lot about that series. Jeffrey. Ooh. Explain.
She just put, quote, Jeffrey.
Yeah, but what's that referring to?
I don't know.
It might be in regards to the light novels. I've never. I don't read light novels, so that doesn't matter to me. But I'm sure there's more to be told.
Well, okay, so in the light novels, if you read ahead, bitch actually gets a pretty dark, grim, cruel fate.
Like what? Like a terrible death scene, or?
You wish for death.
Oh, okay.
All right, so spoiler alert. If nobody wants to be spoiled, you can leave in the next 5 seconds. Basically because of the fact of everything that she had done. One of the other rulers of the lands of a kingdom far away has a unique perversion and fascination. He likes to marry and then torture and kill his wives. And in order to keep war from happening as a punishment to her daughter for everything that she has done, she marries bitch off to this person. And this person is also a fan of the Shield Hero and actually explains into great details and videos and stuff like that to the Shield Hero of all the tortures that it takes place before she is brutally killed.
Well, shit.
She has been, and what he does is he does his torture and then heals him, and then does torture and then heals him, and does torture and heals him. I think she has been gutted, dismembered, flogged, beaten, poisoned, several things until finally she just gave up on the will to live and just dies.
Yikes.
So that's the reason. That's the reason why the story plot does what it does. So in the manga and the light novel, that's not what happens. They don't even go through the execution scene. They don't even take it that far. In the manga and the light novel, they don't even get put up for death. Actually, it's quite reverse. The Shield Hero, the Queen gives the decision to the Shield Hero of what to do, and the Shield Hero comes up with kill them both. And he actually makes the movement to just, end the lives, kill them and stuff like that. And the Queen makes the determination of, we can't do that because, for one, they are still royalty and they still are my family, so let's do this instead. And basically, the outcomes of what happens to both the king and queen is what happens in the light novel and the manga. as a complete spin-off and shock of whenever they did what they did in anime. I think in one of the episodes we even explained that because it's like so jarringly different. But I also think it makes more sense because it makes and portrays the character of the Shield Hero in a lot better light for his character and what they did in the actual manga or the light novel. So it's actually the queen that puts him up for the execution. They go for an execution, and then the family comes up and stops it, which kind of, like I said, puts his character in much better light to others than what they did in the manga and light novel. Yeah, that's actually one of the reasons why I did Anime Watch Club for Shield Hero, because that's one of the things that we marked the differences of, because we were reading along the manga. I was reading along the manga as the show was going along. Jim X had read the web novels. No, web novels. He's read the web novels and some of the light novels. And Lo-Fi and Tyro had read the light novels. So in the aspects of us doing the show, we were watching the show together for the first time. One set of people watched read the light novels. Another person read the web novels. And another person was reading the manga. So we were coming at it from 3 different angles, comparing the storyline from the web, the light, and the manga to the anime as it was being shown. And that was one of the unique things that we found.
So where can I get my hands on the light novel?
Light novels, you can actually get that on Kindle, and you can actually get that. You can buy the box on Amazon. You can buy the digital version on Amazon through Kindle Prime. I don't know where you can find them for free at. The light novels are kind of hard to find for free. The manga, there's reading websites you can go to and you can get for free.
Right, I have access to the manga. I wanted to know specifically about where to get the light novels from, and you said I can get that for Kindle?
I believe you can get it on Kindle. If not, you can ask Jin Max, because he knows where to get both the web novels and the light novels from. Like I said, Jin Max knows more about that show than I do.
Then I think I will hit him up just a little bit.
Yeah, but yeah, later on, the bitch gets everything she
coming to her
in the anime. Bitch, if they continue on the path of what
they haven't
the light
announced
novels,
the season 2 yet, have they?
No, they haven't. It's coming, but they haven't announced it yet. It's kind of like up in the air, like with Overlord season 4. So I don't know. And with this pandemic and shit like that, it's real hard to tell. But I do know that there is going to be another one. But there's such deviation from the light novels and the manga. It's really hard to kind of tell where they're going with it, because they changed a lot of aspects in the show what they did in the novel. They actually got rid of a lot of storytelling aspects that explains a lot of things in the anime that they kept in the anime. And like there's a scene where it shows Philo and Raptalia using special moves, but not understanding and knowing how in the fuck did they know those moves before in a previous battle, a couple, like 3 or 4 episodes back. They basically got their asses handed to them, and they never used these moves. But if you read the manga and the light novel, it actually explains how they got those abilities and why they were able to use them. And there's a lot of sloppy storytelling in the anime.
Hey, Rogue.
Hey, Rogue.
Yeah, I know, right? My thing is with Shield Hero is I'm one of those weird guys. I actually I don't hate. I'm just gonna call her bitch. I mean, she created the means in which the story progressed and why we like the character as much as we do. But also, her and the king, they have I don't know, they have some knowledge about the Shield Hero that led to why they hate the Shield Hero so much. And it's sort of like I don't like what you do to him, but you have a reason for doing it, and it's that reason that has me curious. I'm like, what reason could you possibly have to be so nasty to this guy?
Because he defended the demi-humans.
Well, see, I got the feeling that there was actually a more sinister reason.
No, that's actually
Because-
the only reason. Because he defended the
Well-
demon humans and nobody likes him.
Okay, well that's part of the reason. Like there was a lot. There's often talks involving the church. And the
Yeah,
church
that's-
has a prophecy, and the
Yeah,
church and the king and bitch both had interactions with the church that led to certain things. Like I think they're being manipulated. I think there are as much victims in all this as the Shield Hero, just in a different way, in that they've received false
Yeah.
information.
No, that's exactly it. The king and the queen were being manipulated by the church. All the rules that are set in place in the kingdom are from the church. The church does not like the human hybrids. They despise them. They look at them as an abomination. And the Shield Hero, it was the four heroes church, and then the Shield Hero got casted out from the last Shield Hero that was in place because he came up, went against the beliefs, and was defending the human hybrids from the animals from the church. The church didn't like this retaliation, so they outright killed him in the previous iteration of the Shield Hero. That's who established.
We have a what was it, the Avatar Last Bender crap thing going on. Okay, cool, good to know.
It's whatever, but still, that's the reason why the church despised the Shield Hero so much.
Can I ask a basic noob question on this whole rise of the Shield fucker? Why do people like this particular anime?
It's interesting.
I think
Why do you gotta be such a pessimist?
I'm asking a basic question, and because it's interesting, doesn't answer the question.
I think part of the reason is because we're dealing with a character that's been wrongfully accused of things he didn't do, and as such, he has to struggle because we're dealing with a world where these four heroes are brought into this fantasy world, and they have to work together to save it. But one of them is being accused of wrongdoings, and so now he's being persecuted by the world around him. We're rooting for him. It's the thing.
Okay, so I know it's based off the manga.
No, it's based off a light novel. Manga's coming along after the light novel. And that was based off a web novel, and the web novel is a lot better than what the light novel is.
All right, what's a REM novel? You've said that a couple times. I don't know.
All right, so this is one of the reasons why I don't like Overlord. Because I started out with Overlord with the web novels, and the web novels is a lot different. Basically, the novels not really publicized, but they're made by people writing them, and then
novels. I was trying to think.
Web.
It sounded like you were saying
web online novels. It's basically the author of the book started out not with a publicization of the light novel. He started out by writing stories and writing them for people online to read them. It was so popular and people liked it, a publisher picked it up, and then he changed certain aspects based on the contract that he made, and it then turned it from a rum novel into a light novel. Some story aspects were changed, like if you read the rum novel of Overlord, Alberto's not a main character. Alberto was never even in the storyline, but they added it in the light novel. And afterwards, that got adapted to an anime. Web novels, yes. And like I said, Shield Hero is one of those. It started out as a web-based novel. Somebody writing it. It got picked up. It got turned into a light novel. And then that later got turned into, later on into a manga and then a anime. Overlord was kind of opposite. It was web novel, light novel, anime, then a manga.
Okay, so you're going on a roundabout tangent here on a question that's very simplistic. The answer should be you guys love the hero story, the narrative, the basic hero story narrative. That would have been a lot easier than whatever this is.
That wasn't
Not
my answer. My answer is I found it interesting, and I can
Yeah,
find stuff
well,
interesting and talk about it if I want to.
no, I gather that, but yeah, like I said, I just wanted to know why you guys liked it.
That's not.
That's why I like it.
I
well,
see.
it sounded like what you're looking for was a generic answer, and he gave you one.
Yeah.
So- Because your clarification wasn't really a good clarification there, Rogue. You're like, I just wanted a basic answer. He gave you one. Well, I don't like that answer. Oh, so we'll give you a more detailed one.
Well, I
No,
get
you're
when it comes
you're
down
around the point.
to you either bring it too far over the edge or you don't have enough to go on. The simplified answer, the hero story, the journey is what intrigues you. That being, it's an interesting story. Well, having, I don't know, a necromancer coming out of nowhere to butt fuck people could be an interesting story, but realistically, just saying it's an interesting story, that doesn't, you know.
I think the semantics
It's
of the whole thing is
interesting.
on ridiculous levels.
It's interesting on how many times it's been retold in the iterations and the differences that they run on the different medias. Not per se the story. I can give a fuck about the story of it. I'm just on how they've stuck to it and changed it as it goes along.
So Sparky's particular reason for it is the different alternative versions, in a sense.
Yes.
For others, it would be the actual how does this particular character within this world deal with false accusations and the ramifications of the lies being told.
Okay,
And then
but
what does he still do in the process
I'll be
of
right back.
dealing with those false rumors?
Yeah, but here comes a little twist on that narrative. What if the rumors are not false? What if they're true?
But us as the viewer see that they are false. If it was any other medium or presented in it, if it wasn't presented from the first character perspective, then sure, that would be a question of, well, what if the rumors are true? But
Yeah, and this is where I have
because we
problems.
follow the story of the main character and see it from his perspective, we know that they are false.
This
What's
is why I
interesting
have
is why he deals with the things that he deals with and how he deals with it.
Yeah, this is the reason why I have issues with the narrative of the story, because people automatically are assuming who's at fault and who's the innocent based off of one point of
You
view.
can't, though, because in this case, because it's from the first person perspective,
You can still take
That's
in
not
consideration as a viewer. You're an outside watcher. Even if you are looking at it from a first person point of view, you can still rationalize that there might be more to the story than what meets the eye. You are automatically assuming that this is a right and wrong equation when it could be a little bit more nuanced.
Rogue, have you
well.
actually watched it or read any of it?
I've read the light novels, which is why I also mentioned the manga, because it's based around the manga, the basic anime that we've got here.
The mangas truly do a better job of following along with the light novel and what the anime does, but there's still differences from the manga to the light novel too.
Of course.
It's
I just don't like the anime. I think the anime is a little too simple.
Anime's it's a little too soft, and they do a lot. There is a lot of actual time skipping around, and there's different. I think Jim Max came up with it and found out and brought it to light during one of our showings. They actually flip flopped 2 or 3 of the novels around in sequence from how it actually aired in anime.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, there's that.
Yeah.
But as far as actual story premise, I mean, I think it could have been a lot better. I think there's things that they could have put in and taken now and not even had in it, and it would have been a lot better in my
No, that's the
perspective.
beautiful thing about visual media. You can have hindsight after the fact. Problem is that you're being manipulated by the director, the people who are producing this show, to have a viewpoint of whatever that narrative that they want to. The same thing that we have with the media currently. Their narrative, it pretty much dictates the viewpoint of whatever left or right that you want to be a part of, the red or the blue or green or whatever it is. So with that, you automatically kind of fall into the trap of believing um, whatever narrative that's been created. So basically, short point: see and believe.
I think you're taking that a little too far, but okay, I get where you're coming from on it.
Kind of what I look at the animes of most of the manga or even light novels or even the web series that they may have. I always question the direction of the production for the visual media that is anime or live action.
Mm-hmm.
So, and realistically, they're creating a narrative. So,
And they have the right to have whatever.
I'm not saying that they don't have a right. I'm saying that you, as a viewer, should be very careful on those narratives.
Yeah, well, I understand where you're coming from. Like, I think was it the Dragon Prince? You can tell that there's a lot of narrative adding in the Dragon Prince. They're not forcing it down your throats like other shows are and stuff like that. But you can tell certain subtle hints of stuff like that, like same-sex relationships and interspecies relationships, stuff like that. And you can make the argument, it's for like for this set of people. It's based for viewing for this. It's tailored for these type of people, or tailored for these type of people. But like for me, at the end of the day, I really don't care what the narratives are, as long as it's keeping me entertained and stuff like that. They can have whatever narrative they want. If they want it to have there's like Van Dread does the same thing. Pitting women against men. You got all woman society, all man society, and that war with each other, and they don't like each other. And the premise of the story is these two civilizations get a group of people get outcasted and lost, and now they have to work together, and they find the truth and why the two societies are split apart. I find that kind of intriguing and a unique storytelling aspect. I can see the narrative that they put behind it, but I don't really care about the narrative. I don't follow it. But I get where you're coming from at it.
Excellent.
It's like with Mega Man Legends. Mega Man Legends is a really hated and disliked game by the Mega Man community because it's not a Mega Man game. You don't have the main protagonist as he is. You don't have the main antagonist as he is. You don't have a series of robot masters or this kind of a plot device going through. And all Mega Man games, like the regular Mega Man X series, have that same premise that's reused over and over and over again every game. It was a different telling, it's a different aspect, and it's a different iteration of Mega Man that I actually enjoyed more than the other ones. It seemed like, okay, you took this character, you put him into a post-apocalyptic world, and like a Indiana Jones style theme. I actually kind of enjoyed that storytelling of it. A lot of people didn't because, it's not a Mega Man game. Same thing with like the Sonic movies. It's not a Sonic movie. They don't set the premise. It doesn't matter if they set the premise or not. They reuse characters, told a different story and they went through it. Was it good? Was it bad? Well, we'll let that set with the individual people. Do they have to stick to the exact same storytelling points and aspects and iteration of the original? No, they don't have to. Same thing with Star Wars. Was it a bad movie? It wasn't good for me. I actually enjoyed it. I watched Solo. I watched all the 3 new movies. I didn't hate them. Didn't really like them. I didn't like how they took it, but I don't think it was bad in itself.
I see. You're an interesting, easier to please
I'm simple.
viewer.
I'm simple. I state this all the time. I'm simple.
Yeah,
I don't try to be complicated.
That is unfortunate. What a lot of producers in that try to go for the most simplistic approach. How simple can we make it for the consumer to actually watch? Sometimes it can be convoluted, especially if you have an agenda-driven narrative that you want to nail in, such as Kathleen Kennedy wanted with her Star Wars endeavor. But
she put narratives in, but I don't really think a lot of people cared for them.
Yeah.
It's like, there's some people, oh yeah, the main hero is a fucking woman. Yes, female power. Yeah, you had a lot of fucking idiots like that, but I think for the most part, a true fan that really just didn't, alright, so true fan, hardcore fan, separating into two right here. Just a fan of, okay, it's a Star Wars movie, they follow on a basic, simple guideline of how other movies are.
Just a second there. Hello, Red Feather. How you doing?
I hate Red Feather.
I was being polite. They did say, "Hey, everyone," and they waved. So
let me get back on the main screen. I was looking at. I had something else pulled up. Sorry about that. But that's kind of how I look at it.
True. I kind of very off of the subject point just for a few moments, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Twitch committee is supposed to be coming out soon.
What?
So those who are on Twitch, you're going to have a cabal of interesting individuals, both who are part of the community and those who have been selected within Twitch to designate what is going to happen in the near future of its growth, as well as whatever penalties that it may come up with.
There's going to be a lot of white supremacists banned off Twitch.
Well, it was nice knowing you.
Yeah, well, question will be whether how far this thing would actually go. Some are worried that it might actually create a new problem. Base that Twitch is not exactly the wild west. It has its own little environment ecosystem, and they've already had a lot of different rules that should have fleshed out a lot of the questionables. But now it's just a matter of what this community is going to be doing next. Some think it's going to be like an SGW assault. I don't know. It's a gray zone, but I'm not going to do too much of a worry for the most part. I'm going to be watching it, yes. I'm always intrigued by the chaos that people tend to create for themselves.
Okay, Ian.
Yes, so should be interesting. I've watched the little community from afar, freaking out over this new committee idea.
So they're implementing new rules. I think I see. Who was it? Who was it that just posted that? No, you did. Okay. From you put it in the back office, didn't you?
Yeah, I put it in the back office. I was going to put it into the total drama, but have segued into something else, and I came here to hang out with the nerds. You know, the smartest person in the room needs to, have fun somehow.
That is so narcissistic of you.
Indeed. But yeah, no, I'm just kind of curious on what you guys were doing, and then I get shared hero narrative.
Well,
I'm like, okay,
to be honest, it got brought up by Maddie, and we've been pulling up a lot of things. Like we went into like some of the plot holes from Wreck-It Ralph to Harry Potter down to Shield Hero, and we've just been talking about a lot of random topics just because it's the show.
no, I understand that. Yeah, no, I've been playing with the reality at large, while you guys have been playing with little fantasies. It's fascinating.
Reality at large is
Reality at large. You have your Senate in that going a little bonkers over the new bills and that they need to push through. You have this that's come out, the new Twitch Council that will be a thing.
and
Well,
who and I don't know a lot about the church. I've seen stuff being talked about new rule sets or implementations or punishments being come out, stuff like that. But I haven't really got into it to see because one, I'm not really on Twitch, and two, I just haven't really took a look at it yet. So do you want to explain a little bit?
The simplistic way, or at least without trying to get too far into the possibilities, the idea behind the Safety Advisory Council, they'll be making decisions for new policies and policy updates, where the features will be going to help moderate and to improve the basic safety of everyone, for the most part, from the actual community who is providing the product to be viewed, as well as the viewers. They'll also be promoting a bit of work-life balance habits, healthy streaming. Some individuals seem to be going a little too far on their streaming. It's caused them to do a lot of questionable activities, as well as they're going to be coming into this one. I find very interesting, protecting the interest of a marginalized groups. So what is a marginalized group? That could be just about anybody.
That's a subjective term.
Correct. And that's where I'm guessing a lot that are really focusing heavily, those who are within the culture war, focus a little too heavy on marginalized groups. It is a very vague description, and I would require a little bit more of a definition of marginalized group.
Yeah, I would too.
I think they run the risk of setting up potential gatekeepers, and
we've already had the gatekeeper. The gatekeepers are already there. So gatekeepers exist in the Google world. Hell, it even exists in the Mixer world. So
I know. I'm not saying they don't exist. What I'm saying is, like, when you start setting up these gatekeepers, especially if you name them, which is probably not a good idea because they end up becoming the target of ridicule. If anything, if you don't want to marginalize or at least potentially run the risk of causing hate groups towards, let's say, trans people, you don't put them on a pedestal in the point of power where they're probably going to get ridiculed a lot. This person that I love being able to talk about, the one who likes to pretend that she is a deer.
Oh fuck!
That's not going to end well. It's not going to end well for a lot of people. But also, if we're dealing with someone that's going to be a gatekeeper, like I said, gatekeepers aren't really liked very much. Kickstarter had a gatekeeper, if you will, in their comic division, and she would only allow certain projects that that they would deem as appropriate for their platform. And as a result, the people just left Kickstarter for comics, and they just went to Indiegogo.
Yeah.
So, like, if they're going to implement gatekeepers in this sense, it's not going to go well. It never does, unless, of course, they're someone that has very reasonable judgment, and that most people can agree with. But even if they do, it doesn't last for very long.
Yeah.
Like some people would have like these basic rules for Facebook and Twitter, and for the most part, in the beginning, people pretty much agreed with them. But it always goes further and further and further.
Yeah.
It becomes hard to enforce, and then you end up paying the people.
I typically don't have an issue with gatekeeping as long as it's implemented fairly, and that's the crux of the issue, is being implemented fairly. So, I mean, I don't have a particular issue with Twitch wanting to do that, but at the end, they've got to do it correctly. So, we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it going well.
I don't see it going well either. Like I said, it's all how they implement it. It's all about how they do it. I mean, I understand the premise. I mean, it's the same reason why you have bouncers at the entrance of a fucking bar. They're technically gatekeepers. They're supposed to make sure that the people inside the bar have a good time, while the people who want to rabble rouse and cause trouble stay outside the bar. I mean, it's a very basic premise. I don't see an issue with it. Like I said, the problem is if that bouncer just starts not letting people in because either that bouncer doesn't like them for whatever reason, they're not going to cause trouble, they just don't like them for whatever reason, well, then that system failed.
Yeah, well, again, just like the bouncing terminology, that establishment, such as clubs and whatnot, will be successful based off of the crowd that they are allowed in. Most of the time, a bouncer, if they are not within the whole, you've got to have this list, or the stereotypical movie type bouncer, where he's supposed to keep out everybody outside and only bring in the most hot-looking individuals to that platform. I don't see where a lot of chaos could be created from this. I can see some chaos being created, but unfortunately,
you have a lot of bitching at other platforms because of it.
Yeah.
Well, when you have someone who brings in and says, makes a blanket statement that most of you are white supremacists, that's not going to end well.
No, it's
I
not.
honestly really don't care about what somebody wants to blanket another person on.
Well,
that it happens to within the black community as well. We can blanket a few terminologies on that.
This is going to be someone in a position of power, a position that could
that person in power also has a few other people that they have to kind of cow down to, including one who deals with civil injustice.
Well, it's not necessarily like a council, like they all sit around and agree, and then should we ban this person? No, they're given the power to act on the spot, because there's too many people to deal with. It's the same thing with like Twitter and YouTube and all this stuff. That's why you get all these ridiculous bannings and flaggings, because the amount of user base is huge. Billions of people use these platforms.
Actually, from what I'm getting, they have to agree, all of them, before they can make the final decision.
Well, that's what they're saying. I don't know. They said the same thing with YouTube. It doesn't work that way.
No, YouTube has never had that. They have an inner council. YouTube has always had that. This is part of the Google umbrella. They don't like you. They're gonna pretty much put a kibosh to everything that you do. That's nothing new for YouTube or the environment. They're all left leaning for the most part. But from what I can see on their selected council members, they're not all left leaning.
Well, that's the hope. I don't know. I don't see it going that way, just because I have no reason to believe that it would.
And that's the thing. We gotta see what happens. I mean, we can speculate. We can speculate all we want. Same thing with like the what we talked about on Patch Notes the other day with the Sony actively going through and DMCA and removing and flagging content about talking about the leaks for the new game, and do they even have the rights to be able to the legal rights to be able to do that? Technically, if you want to go for we explained it a little bit better on Patch Notes. Technically, if it's a copyrighted work and it's not been publicized yet, they have every right to hit that fucking DMCA button on anyone talking about those leaks. Technically, they do, because that's protecting their own IP. That's protecting their interest because it hasn't been marketed yet. It's been copyrighted, but it's not been marketed to the public yet. So you can be faced up with that penalty by terms of DMCA or being yeeted or removed or blocked or whatever like that, because you're talking about something that they themselves have not published yet.
Yeet.
So, I mean, and it comes into the fact of, is it right? No, not particularly right, especially if it's out in the public already, because the cat's out of the bag. But they do have every right to protect their interests, and that means they got to go through and claim, okay, can't talk about this because that goes, again, that is spoiling our game, that's going against, that's infringing upon our intellectual property, which technically to a point is, because unpublished works that are copyrighted fall into a separate category than what published works are. Now, if they want to talk about the leaks after the game's already been published, then yes, the developers cannot do a damn thing because they have published that game already. This ain't the case. So all these people are bitch online, oh, well, Sony is going for DMCA, people are legal. Technically, it's not legal. It's a gray area. Technically, a court of law would actually have to come up to make that final determination. But if you read it as the letter of the law, they technically can and have the right to do it. So I'm not going to ridicule Sony for doing it. And I'm not going to really ridicule the people that are getting, spreading those leaks around and talking about them. It's one of those things that if it really needs to be settled, it needs to be done in a court of law. But like I said, I'm not going to ridicule either side for it.
Folks, I'm going to have to tap out here.
Okay.
Oh.
Take care.
I will chat with you lovely people later.
Yeah,
No,
later,
no,
Pin.
it's all lies.
Whatever you say, Rogue. It's not like I try to message you on a daily basis.
You do not. I do not see that.
Now that's a lie. Anyways, talk to you guys later.
Yeah, bye.
One of the other things that about this council that I was listening to that one Twitch streamer who does a lot of the who used to own that an esports team, like Dan West. He was saying that a lot of these people are putting their Twitch livelihoods on the line because of this. And he said that if someone has another Alinity, if Alinity has another incident, these 6 people are going to be the ones that. Oh, I'm sorry. These 5 that are on it are going to be the ones that they're going to receive the brunt of all of the harassment for why didn't they do anything about it. And also, I mean, some people are already making funny memes about the ferocious Steph girl, since she claims she's a deer. You know how like they have the Rick Roll videos?
Yeah.
There's one going around where we'll see what Furious Steph said, and you click the link and it's a doe deer just yelling.
I mean,
Like it was
Alright, so
we have a lot of unique individuals, especially when they go into the what was it? What were the? I wish I had Draconith here. He's the one that would know about these weird little individuals who believe that they're animals and that. Yeah, no, they're a unique group. Are they a marginalized group overall? No, not really. A lot of them happen to be white. Very rare that you find someone of a different ethnic color that believe that they're an animal of different species, such as a deer or something like that.
she also claims to be transgender too. So
She can claim whatever she wants to be. I'm not gonna take that away
no,
from her.
She claims to be a transgender otherkin deer.
Thank you. That's what it is. Otherkin.
Otherkin.
And she also, and there, because I was watching I was listening to other streamers before I realized Sparkles was on the air, and one of the videos is like, yeah, when I take breaks, I go out in the backyard and I prance around and eat grass and it's. And
well,
then
if she wants to
there's
eat grass. I hear it's good for
digestive. Yeah.
Just don't go out at hunting season.
Yeah, that's all she's got to worry about is the hunting season that happens
Yeah.
every now and then. I mean,
Well, her horns are rainbows, or rainbow colored. So
regardless,
That probably make a
that all
unique
that does
trophy
is
on
attract
somebody's
the
wall.
hunter to kind of go, yeah, that's the one I want.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah,
bag that.
that's the centerpiece I need for my fucking Mekton.
Yeah.
well, there's also other streamers on the Twitch side. They're saying that because of the fact that she already has an agenda, and the fact that she's already come up with other videos. There's already been other clipped videos where she's actually praising the fact that if nobody can report her, but she can report you, and nothing will happen to her. Where she's actually celebrating it, and that because I watched the
Yeah, no, I've been watching the whole
train
thing in
wrecks.
the background. Problem I have is that particular portion there. She believes that she's above the law. Unfortunately, all that council members, from what we understand, or at least what has been put in black and white and could be taken to a legal court because it's in black and white, all members of the council have to oblige by the rules.
Right.
And that's the thing. And technically, if you're on the platforms, you're supposed to go by the rules, anyways. So let me put it to you like that. Let me ask something, and let me explain something. So, is this streamer actually doing anything to break any of the TOS on the platform?
This is the first time this is the first time I think almost everybody's actually heard of this person up until now.
Okay, so alright, so I'm going to go on an assumption here, and just an assumption. So let's put it to like this: if she's just going on and acting like a deer, and she's claiming she's this and she's claiming she's that, whatever, it's just attention seeking, or it's an act, or she legitimately thinks this. First thing, is she breaking any of the rules or the terms of service or anything like that? No, she's not. 2, is she doing anything else to break the terms of service or the rules or anything else? If not, I don't see an issue with her being on. Is it a little freaky? Yes, I would say it's in the claim and the realm and the possibility of it being just a little too freaky for me to watch. Now, that goes vice versa. If you get people, and I'll name a couple like Jammy from Quartering, or a couple other ones, that wants to grab this and they want to try to make fun of it, one, they need to watch the way how they try to grab this and make fun of it, because terms of service again, can't do anything to really break them or go against them. And 2, if they do, and they want to go out and make fun or bant or whatever they want to fucking call it to go after her, then yeah, she actually has a point. So at the end of the day, it's your own actions that bases upon the recourse and the actions that happen to you. So if you want to be smart about it and you go, yeah, I particularly don't care for this streamer, I think it's kind of cringy that she's doing this, but it's whatever, that's one thing. If you go out, oh my god, this person thinks she's a deer, is she retarded, is she this, is he that? I mean, they just go out and try to make memes and make fun of her, and like I said, personal attacks and stuff like that. They done that to them, and I have no sympathy if they get hit, because again,
Yeah, I'm gonna
you follow the rules in
kinda.
terms of service.
I was gonna say I'm gonna take the Jim Medicare kind of approach when it comes down to this. I'm gonna sit back. I'm gonna relax. I'm gonna laugh. They have the right to actually put whatever they want on that particular platform. Unlike what we, the viewer, we do not have the right to go around to try to outright ban this individual based off of whatever it is. It's not like that we control the entire platform. It's in American terminology, it isn't your nation. The rules that would apply by that. Unfortunately, it's a private business. They have a certain set of rules. They implement it. Whether you like them or not means no difference. If you don't like them, then go someplace else. I know it seems kind of, very simplistic in the approach, but realistically, you can place all the bitch that you want on this particular person who thinks that they're a deer, but realistically, that's one person against a barrage of other people that at least 2 of them that belong to a different set of councils that have to oblige by a different set of rules. We have one who's within there who's a doctor within the criminology in that. So he's within that level of trying to find out where the crimes in that would be, added into this system. Whether a pedo could show up and try to, I don't know, convince children to, diddle with them, things like that. I can see why the council was created. It's a safety net for the business at large. Because again, like YouTube, Twitch is one of the bigger platforms out there, if not the biggest. And it's got to create a degree of legalities to protect itself.
Yeah.
Now, since we've got a deerkin, I'm surprised that nothing's been questioned about this particular deerkin until now. And now that they're out, we're bitching about it, or at least certain people are bitching about it. I heard nothing about this deerkin. I care less about this deerkin. If this deerkin is in power, congratulations. They found a way to get into a system that they may be able to restructure.
Yeah. Congratulations, you found out about her. You're now talking about her. You're not spreading her
Yeah.
around. You are helping her out.
Yeah. And
That's
now,
like
now
the
you're
whole.
making her. Yeah, you're making her more famous than what she was.
Yeah, that's like the whole Suzalu thing. Oh my god, she's watching anime. Yeah, a lot of other people do it too. Oh my god, she's getting bigger. Oh my god, we must stop her. Then stop talking about her. Stop promoting her. Even though you're criticizing her, you're still promoting her. It's like Streisand effect.
Yeah.
You're helping
Most people
her.
forget the Streisand effect. I mean, look, this is something that Jim hates about the internet. Is the factor that we have too many morons who think that commentating about certain products needs to be done. It doesn't. You can make fun of the product. You can have fun, doing other things, but going out of your way to create this cultural, war that we have, all you're doing is just giving more fuel to the other team.
Yeah. It's like
Where
for
you
the,
could just where you can only all you could do in reality of the entire thing is do what Jim did. Go out of your way, figure out that person, and make fun of them.
yeah. it's like with quartering. I think he's an idiot. I'm gonna go on the record that half the shit he talks about, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about on.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll stick by that. But I'm not gonna sit here and go on YouTube and make video after video after video about the man, saying and putting forth on why I think he's an idiot. I'm not gonna go for and try to ridicule him on, well, because of this, this, and this, and this. He is an idiot. I'm gonna state the obvious. One, he's a hypocrite. Two, he's an idiot. But that's as far as I'm gonna go with it. I'm not gonna try to launch some sort of fucking movement against him like him and a couple other people do against other streamers, other YouTubers, and other people because it's fun. Let's turn this into content. As soon as you get that portion of, we're gonna take this and we're gonna make content of it and we're gonna run with it. You no longer have a reason to bitch if you get hit by it because you made that choice. You can sit there and not like it all you want. You can hate it. Nobody's saying you have to like it. But when you put yourself out there and you start doing this on platforms like this, you can't bitch in the end.
Yeah, especially when the platform decides to turn around and slap you.
Yeah.
Because it's following the basic rules that has to enforce. So, yeah, I look at this council. I kind of go, I wish them the best of luck. Whether this makes Twitch successful or not, it's no here or there. I'm going to put my nutsack out there so you can beat it if you want to. But realistically, I do not see a problem at the moment. I do see a lot of potential chaos. But as is right now, if you're only worried about one person who just happens to be an otherkin, and a barrage of 6, maybe 7 people, I'm good. If you worry about the entire council, like from top to bottom, the entire council, then we would have a problem here. but only one. It seems like only one member out of the entire group that people seem to be having an issue with, and it's because they're an otherkin.
Well, I think it has more to do that this is someone that clearly doesn't seem all that stable. Yet this
Again,
person's gonna be-
otherkins are not stable. Period.
Okay, great. We all understand
You're
that, but they're still putting you in a position of power.
again.
Don't you think that's a problem?
I can pretty much say that about Kim Jong Un. He's not stable. He's in a position of power.
Well, great. But that's a North Korea problem. This is an
I can go
American.
to places within your
Can we
your
just
area.
not?
You have
Can we,
individuals
yeah.
in your Senate and who are leaders
Okay.
that are
Uh-huh.
who are not
Can we,
stable in a position of power.
can we not move the goalpost here and just stick onto here? I mean, this is someone that you could clearly look at and go, this is not someone that's stable or should be in a position of power within this media, within this site. And yet they are. So what does that say about the people who's running it? Who's running this kind of, like, people, like, we know that Twitch is not the greatest. Sure. And they know they have some problems, which is probably why they set up this council in the first place. But look at who they put in charge. It doesn't bode well. And especially when they've already acknowledged that they consider the majority of the user base to be a bunch of
Yeah, and the majority of the user base happens to have fucking furries on it, and no one's really noticed.
yeah, okay, so look, that's not really the problem. The problem is that someone who assumes that the main user base is a bunch of white supremacists isn't gonna bode well. The potential
Again,
for
just
that.
because that one person has that opinion does not mean that she's going to be able to convince the others to go down the same route.
Well, maybe, I don't know. We don't know
See,
how they're gonna function. And you're right.
and that's what we're playing with. The I don't know. I don't like playing with the I don't knows. I need to know.
Well, okay, but I would rather have people who are sane be able to make these judgment calls.
I'd rather have anybody who's available to us to make a judgment call just for the pure shits and glory that it is. Trust me, the people who you think are sane are fucking batshit crazy.
Well, sure, maybe. But when you have someone who's obviously not in a state, that's not really going to be going well. And it's probably not going to do well. There's already a bunch of fallout going on. Tons of videos are getting made. And there's probably going to be more within the next, as we get closer to this. So I think it's probably going to be, what?
I just want to ask a couple questions. That's it. So what is your term of sane?
Probably not what we've seen so far. When we say sane, okay, someone who isn't, I don't know, probably on some medications, pretending to be a deerkin. I mean, sure.
Okay. So now you've already created a prejudice right there.
So
I'm
over half the platform.
Okay, hang on. What happens if Donald Trump decides to pretend that he's a duck every Tuesday?
All right, that would probably set up some alarm bells. Sure.
Okay, but this man is pretty much does whatever he wants, and you do not know what he does in behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and he's in position of power. Just because this person is out and proud about whatever they're doing, as an otherkin, no matter how much I think it's the most dumbest thing you can possibly be, but it just happens to be a pretentious white woman who happens to want to do this. And again, like I said before, a lot of your uppity culturalists are usually somebody who is white and has already underlying issues as it is.
I was gonna say, so sane. Would gay people be considered sane? I mean, they don't sit with the normalities of what other people would, of dating somebody within the same sex. To me, that's not normal. You want to date? So a male wants to date another male. To me, that's a little not normal. I'm not gonna judge you for it, but to me, it depends. Sane is also one of those words. It's subjective. It's subjective unless you're going on the actual medical diagnosis. And here's the problem. Is she or is she not? Do we know her medical records? We don't know. We don't know if this is an act. We don't know if it's a ploy. We don't know if this is legit. So questioning sanity, can't do that.
I think we're getting extremely reductive in all of this. I think that it's not something that we really have to entertain, because we already look, whether you define it in one way or the other, we all generally have an idea of what a sane person is. And sure, we vary in our various different, let's say, proclivities in what we do at home.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, that everyone has their own interests of sorts. But when we go out and when we behave ourselves in public, we tend to behave in a certain way, at least in the professional way. I don't think it's very professional to assume that the majority of your user base is white supremacists. That's not really a sane position to hold. And that's not an unreasonable not an unreasonable thing to bring up, is it? So
It's not.
I will agree on that one.
right. So if someone is already holding an unreasonable position and openly admits her unreasonable positions, then I don't really think that's a very comfortable thing to have. Now, granted, again, sure, there's all these other people that can be in there, and we all know how they're going to function because it has some rolled out, and maybe it can go in a positive position. But I don't like the idea of someone who's automatically going to assume that the majority, and probably even you or me or any of us, could be white supremacists by default. So I don't like that. I don't like having that.
I've seen a lot of people within position of power that automatically have that default, and whether they function the job that they're supposed to do correctly or incorrectly, that comes back down to the public at large. Remember, this is a committee that was thrown together based off of an entry, not the factor that they were hand selected within the community. All right. So technically, they could also be removed through the community.
Well, perhaps, I don't know.
See, and that's where again
that's the issue.
That's the issue. We don't know, and that's what I hate. We don't know. Well, until we know whether this person is going to be causing us a problem or not, then we're just automatically doing what was that that movie? Actually, I could probably go with Civil War II, where we're becoming what's your face, Captain Marvel. We're automatically assuming that everybody's the bad guy, and we're going to try to justify whatever it is based off of safety of.
Well,
so are we going to kill Miles Morales because of the factor that he might murder Tony Stark, or are we going to, wait to find out?
I don't think it's wrong to make certain assumptions based on things that they've already said. Okay? I don't think you're a white supremacist, but they think that you are. You think that's fair?
Great. They could think if half of their user base, which is pretty core of it, is furries and other kins, and that if they think that half of the user base is white supremacist, then that's all on them. That onus is on them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? There's nothing that we're going to do to be able to convince them to change their mind.
Mm-hmm.
It's like somebody coming out calling me a gaming neckbeard. I mean, technically, you can call me a gaming neckbeard because I do game and I've got kind of a neckbeard. So
he does.
But am I? No. I'm not gonna sit here and judge if that's the idea she has. Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna share those ideas. But I mean, if she's able to do the task at hand and be fair about it, I don't care if she's an other kid or not. We don't know if she can do that task or not. It hasn't been done yet. We have not seen it. This is why I hate the argument of like Susie Liu. She sells content. How does she steal content? We don't know yet. It has not went to court of law. The anime studios have not filed a lawsuit against her. A court of law and lawyers and a judge have not come to a determination. Okay, she stole content. Or she has not stole content. It's all subjective. It's all based on what people think. So putting the notion out that she sells content is actually mislabeling because we don't know yet because it has not gotten to that point. That's why I hate that fucking argument. Same thing with this one. I mean, yeah, she's Ottokin. Yeah, it's kind of strange. She thinks half her viewer base as a white supremacist. It's really far-fetched. I don't believe it. But again, that's all subjective. We do not know this. Could it be an act?
Well-
Could it be a stupid ploy? We don't know. It could be. She could legitimately think this. We don't know. We can only assume, and we cannot assume as that being fact. That's the problem with this. We don't know.
Well, I don't think it's unfair to take the words she said and
Yeah.
take that as fact. I mean, these are her own words.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not taking her out of context here. All right.
Yeah.
I don't want to be accused of that. These are her own words.
No,
no.
Thrown
I
throughout
believe
the
that.
internet. So
And you,
It's the same thing I could do with again. I have to point this out to your lovely leader, who happens to be the president of the United States, and the words as well as the tweets, and that I could take verbatim and kind of take it out of content or what the content is being implied. Now, yeah, the person in question is a person in question, but when it comes down to it, you have, from what I can see, who's on council here, you have at least let's see, one who's from the UK who deals with the Diana Award system, which is based off of the anti-bully project out that way. You have another who happens to be within the Twitch partnership, who's been around for quite some time and deals with the finances when it comes down to the playthroughs. You have another who happens to be another ambassador for commentator. So again, another questionable partner to actual employee of Twitch. You have the Center for Democrat and Technology, Democracy and Technology, I should say, which is an organization which could be considered questionable all by itself. But again, it works within the legal ramifications of free speech and expressions within the continental United States and the European Union, plus a few other different organizations. Then you have the trans individual, who I've never heard of, who just happens to be a otherkin trans person and going for her rights within that realm. Then you have a doctor who is a professor in the School of Criminology and the Justice of was it Florida, the university that's there, and he's dealing with cyberbully research for the most part and abuse, as well as how sexting, social media, and that could be concerns for the platforms at large. Then you have another person who works for MIT. Then we've got another person who is within the Twitch partnership again. So that's 3 partners, 1 employee from Twitch, and then a few from different organizations. So one person everybody seems to be having issues with based off of their antics.
Mhm.
So am I going to throw the entire council away based off that one person?
I don't know. I mean,
So
again, like you were bringing up before, that we don't know how they're going to operate.
correct. We do not
Right.
know. So until we get a proper, I mean, whatever duties are being done
Like,
and whatever information that she decides to throw on top of that, does that, fuck up the entire, project, or is it going to benefit? We don't know until we get there. Because right now, you have your own issues with the whole COVID-19 and the amount of money that's being doled out. And you have the Democratic side wanting to add in the Green New Deal and a few other different projects on top of that to pretty much make it worse for your country.
well, technically, I'm
I-
American, Samoan, just Canadian, so.
yeah,
No, I know,
And-
but
yeah.
I'm putting
Like-
that portion out there. Now we
I
can
get-
go within our portion of it. We can look at Justin Trudeau.
I'm getting the feeling that you're trying to change the subject here, and that's
No,
fine.
I'm not.
I mean,
I'm
I
not
think
trying
we-
to
I
change
think-
the subject.
Well,
I'm just
yeah.
going on the basis of If we are just going to pin everything on this one person and the factor that she's considerably
Well, okay. Look, if you have someone that, yes, this is the one that we brought up because it's the most thing that alarms a lot of people. The other ones
Mhm.
sound fairly milk toast in their general approach. They have all these various different backgrounds and everything, and they don't sound nearly as bad. But then again, I don't know what the criteria was. I mean, a lot of this is sort of held behind whatever Twitch is doing.
Yeah.
And Twitch doesn't really have a good history of listening to its user base and addressing the problems that they have. So, and then again, that's probably the reason why they set up the council to help them sort this
Mhm.
out and get something going there. And maybe it's fine, but there again, we don't know what the other backgrounds of them are. We know they have all these very different educations, but for all we know, they all hold the same opinions.
Yeah, we
But we
don't.
don't. Yeah, and sure, I agree 100%. Wait until stuff happens. But when you have something that's as egregious as this, that probably shouldn't have gone in the first place, it's still in there.
Mhm.
Probably because they're trans and other kin and stuff to represent that other aspect. And I don't know. Maybe
Okay,
it's
so
the only one willing to do it.
all right,
Mhm.
let me ask you a question. Out of the other participants, do we know anything about them besides just the background? Do we know any of like their past streaming history? Have they streamed? Have they done anything on the platform? Have they said anything outrageous? Has anything like that came out yet? Has anyone what? To that same note, do we know anything about this person's background besides what she's put online on her account? Does she show some sort of fucking doctrine? I mean, do we know any of this stuff? No. Well, based on her actions that she's done, can she be held accountable for what she said and stuff like that? Yes, you can hold that accountable to her. No one's saying that you can't, but just basing that solely off of that, I need more information first.
Yeah, I mean, from what I can see, she looks like a very fine, I guess I don't know, really don't care. Let's say under maybe 30, white. Yeah, I'm not gonna, take away from the fact that they want to be other kin. Great. They're happy with who they are. They're not causing a problem. They're not, they're mentally stable. Yeah, they could be on a degree of different medications. Who isn't?
Hey, Dragon, you haven't had a chance to talk very much. Sorry about that.
Well, he hasn't been here that long.
Well, he
Well,
keeps
He's
talking.
popped off and has come
He's
back.
driving too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could tell.
yeah, I would go across the hill. I would have everything great, and as soon as I start to cross that son of a bitch, it just goes, nope, you're fucked.
Yeah, pretty much.
But the problem with Twitch is you can't really go back and look at streams in the past
Mhm.
because after streams are gone. It's not like YouTube or years back.
You're breaking up, robot.
No, but he is right. You can't go
Yeah.
back on the Twitch catalog in order to pull back some of the history in that. So unless they have a YouTube account that goes with, there's nothing that we can fall back on. We can only go on the basis of what they've said currently, and on that, it could be again within the amount of followership that they have, which it is questionable. How many people they have that are followers, and it says here that they're supposed to have pretty close to 19,000, and from what I can see just on the first few pages, I am looking at a lot of furries. So I again, I'm not going to. It's the same thing with we could do exactly the same thing with Discord and its council. It has an entire council of furries. They structure the rules in that. They took off lollies. People bitched about that. Well, It only affected a small percentage of the lolly community. Did it affect Twitch or Discord as a whole? No, because not all of us are into lollies. Yeah, I get it. You can justify it with the free speech, tropes and that. But realistically, that free speech, it doesn't exist in a platform controlled by a company.
Mhm.
So I can't argue any further that the free speech stops the moment you go on a social platform. Yeah, you're able to say something within the rule set that you agreed to on that platform. And if they decide to change that rule, well, it's up to you to either continue with that venture or to go someplace else. Yeah, I could
Mhm.
probably see a lot of people jumping over to Mixer, but Mixer is going to have exactly the same problem,
Actually,
and they're going to
Mixer's a
create
little bit more
exactly the same thing.
stringent.
Yeah, they're way strict.
Yeah.
So
And it sticks to what I always say too. If you do not like the rules of the platform, like I say, if you want to sit there and make video after video after video bitching about someone on YouTube, you're gonna get hit by TOS. It doesn't matter if you're saying anything negative, if you're giving legitimate criticism, or if you're complimenting them. If you make multiple videos about one particular person or one particular streamer, whether they be good or bad, technically, if you fall into the rule set of YouTube, you can be yeeted off the fucking platform because of that. And it's up to the fucking it's up to the content creator to follow those rules and make sure that they follow those rules as best as possible. YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, all of them are subject to rule change, and it's up to the content creator to make sure that they change their content accordingly to the changing of the rules, or edit or change content that they've done in the past that no longer conform within the rule set. It's a lot, it's bullshit, I'll agree with that, but still, you agree to the terms of service when you get onto that platform.
mhm.
Well, it's also hard to conform to the new TOS rules when they don't tell you what the new TOS rules are and how far and what you can and cannot do.
Well, it's all right. So you gotta follow up in that gray area, and you gotta judge and critique yourself on it. And that's one of the problems is people want to do it on the basis of their own interpretations, and you can and do that, especially if like you police yourself as much as I do. I look at the rules set of the rules and I read through them and I go by the determination of what I think, and I take worst case scenario into account. Okay, you make multiple videos, more than 3, about someone, and they don't give an explanation of how, when, why, or where. They just say if you make more than this number of videos about someone, you take the possibility of harassment. You can't be got for harassment, even if you're praising or you like someone, or if it's nothing negative at all. You gotta take that into effect. And you got other people going, well, I'm not doing anything to them. I don't think this is harassment. Harassment, okay. What's harassment? What's a personal attack? Okay, measuring portions of somebody's body and ridiculing it. That could be technically harassment. Some people look at it as criticism. That's not how the TOS takes it. That's on you to figure that out, and you gotta be super stringent and super critical of your own content when you put it out to make sure you follow those rules. Yeah, it's not cut, dry, and simple. It's not simple at all, but you still have to do your due diligence when you do it.
Did you see that? Did you see the video that It's a Gundam put out recently? The past couple days.
I seen the one where I guess the girl thinks she's like a god and her viewers are like subordinates or something like
Well,
that.
he made a video about Pokemon's big contributors, and she basically reacted to it on her stream, flipped out and hinted at the way it looked like she was going after his the sponsor in the video, trying not to sponsor him anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody was just like, it's just making fun. they tried to downvote it, but it's not even close to it.
So basically, she decided to do a spam campaign, which he has legal rights to actually counter sue her on that basis if he can prove that was her.
Well, she reviewed it right on stream and it
No,
said,
I'm just saying he has the legal rights to
Oh,
sue
yeah.
her if he can prove it was her. Now, if she's on stream and they have a copy of it, they can take it to court. They can argue it there.
It's on the LFS videos on YouTube is how I found out about it.
Yeah, well, I gathered that. But again, cut and dry, instead of having this court of public opinion, which is what a lot of us seems to be going basis off of, hey, let's take it to the actual court.
I'm just asking if y'all seen it because I
haven't seen all of it. I've seen chunks of it, and I came down to the conclusion going, well, instead of bitching about it, hey, let's just take it to court.
Yeah. See, that's my standpoint on a lot of this shit. And it's like a lot of it is court of public opinion. Fuck court of public opinion. It does shit. It's just people wanting to bitch about stuff. That's it. And that's all you want to do is bitch about it and take your speculation and your opinion and try to base it as facts. You'll know better.
Oh yeah. Well, he got a lot of support for the video.
I've seen It's a Gundam's video. I've seen a majority of them. I tell you right now, he's lucky he probably still has a YouTube because some of the stuff he goes into and stuff like that can clearly be looked at breaking TOS.
Yeah.
So he's another one of those of, okay, cool, you want to talk about this? Fine. You get yeeted, you get hit, I'm not going to feel sorry for you. You've done it to yourself.
I'm gonna head out, so I'll talk to y'all later.
All right.
All right. See you, Samaj.
It was fun to argue with you.
See you, Samaj. Hey, Sparky.
Yes.
Did you figure out what's the problem with that engine that you're working on?
Yeah, it's...
The problem with the engine is the fact that he owns it.
Was that the engine that you used to move the single wide from one lock to another a year ago?
Yeah, not in the single wide, so that's false fact.
Well, it's that video. It's that photo that I posted, so that's why I was trying to.
I know. No, what ended up happening is the heads cracked on it, and this is my failure analysis that I came up with after looking at everything that's wrong with it now, because it's completely tore apart. What I could come up with is the heads cracked, either from heat or just because the design of those heads, and they do like to fail every now and then. But they cracked and allowed coolant to get into the actual
combustion.
No, not combustion, and the actual oil reservoir portions of the engine, and that allowed sludge buildup. And after a period of time, the contaminated oil damaged the main bearings and the rod bearings, also plugging up the oil intake for the oil pump, also starving the engine for oil. That's what caused the tapping sound, because it wasn't getting enough oil pressure for the hydraulic lifters to operate properly. And that's why they're tapping, and the reason for the metal is because it's the shaving remains of the rod main bearings.
Yeah, that's what I put was the bearings, and just take it, because if you had to take the heads off and it didn't really, and you couldn't find it, it was the bearings. That's something I could think of was the bearings.
Yeah, well, see, it could have been bearings, it could have been bottom end of the pistons, it could have been oil pump, it could have been crankshaft, it could have been from anything else. I didn't notice that the push rods are damaged and they're shaved off. The metal could have been from the push rods, and the guy just never changed the oil over a period of time. I didn't know.
True.
And that's another one of those things, kind of like, talking about different streamers and talking about what's going on Twitch and YouTube and Twitter and Discord and stuff like that. You can't really make a determination. You can theorize about it, but it doesn't mean it's right until you actually dig down into it and you find all the ins and outs. Mm-hmm. That's why I did.
That's a big thing with me is like I that's what a lot of my stuff I watch is automotive, and it's like guys just go to a junk. Now there's a couple guys that'll go to a junkyard. They'll get a junkyard motor. They'll do a compression test, and they'll dig into a little bit to check certain things out, like to think the the oil pan off to look at certain things, but it's like other ones I'm just agreeing. It's like you're building a drift car, and you're buying a motor from a junkyard I know that junkyard guy. I know the guy who's selling you the motor knows something that's wrong with it.
Mm-hmm.
You're putting it in there, and you're gonna blow up, and you're gonna be like, well, I don't know why it happened.
Well, you see, and that's kind of one of the things I'm going through right now. Is I've got 3 possibilities of what I can do, and all of them has some sort of impact of what's going to happen. So the first thing I can do is I can completely rebuild this engine, and it'll cost me about $2,500 minimum just to rebuild this engine out to the machining of the block, the crankshaft, the two heads. The two heads together are $800, and that's just the heads alone. And then everything else I need to put this engine together. The second option I have is I can buy a long block. If I buy a long block, that's new everything block wise, that's $2,000. And the point of buying this truck was it was a cheap truck that ran and drive that was better than the truck I had, which was wrecked. I hadn't spent no money on it, and the goal is to not spend a lot of money on it, which I'm probably going to just to make sure everything's running right. My third option is to buy a salvage engine, and that's actually what I'm doing. I found a 95 engine. It's still 4.0. All the 4.0s in this truck, I could put one from a 2000 all the way down to an 89 in this truck, because that's how the blocks were designed. So it's a 95 engine. It's the same model. It's got 190,000 miles on it. And
is that confirmed?
Confirmed. It's still in the truck.
Oh, okay. I thought it was out of the truck.
No. This is out of the truck. This is at a salvage yard. It was wrecked. They always sold the transmission out of it. And the engine does run and drive. I did some basic checks on it. It's got a good compression. It's got no contamination. The oil looks good. There's no misses. There's no sounds. It runs fine. So I'm taking a chance on paying $600 for this engine. And it's not like I'm going to drop it in. I'm going to go through and do my basic checks. I'm going to pull the heads off, have them checked. I'm going to check the camshaft. I'm going to check the bearings. I'm going to check the crank, and I'm gonna repair what's needed. I'm hoping that it's just gonna require just putting new main bearings in it, just to have new main bearings in it, new piston rings. The heads are gonna come back good. I'm gonna put a performance cam in it. I'm gonna put new lifters in it, and I'm gonna put it back together and bolt stuff from this truck back up to it, put it in, and have a working truck if everything goes good.
Wouldn't you get money back if you for a core if you were to get a long block? That's it.
No.
I would just get. Personally, here's the thing: I would get the salvage. I would get the wrecked truck, because you're gonna have more parts there than you would than you would need, because go back and forth.
Alright, well, what they're doing is, so at salvage yard, it's a $25 core for the block. I don't care. I'm paying the $25 core, so it's actually going to be $625. Yeah. So, they're pulling the engine, and I'm only getting the engine out of it, and it's going to have everything that's on the engine basically as they pull it. So, for a long block...
You're basically getting Go on.
Yeah, for a long block, it's $2,000 plus $250 core if it's good. So if the core is not good, which I can tell you right now with the 2 cracked heads, core is not good, that's $2,250 that I'm actually going to have to spend on a long block. $250 more, I could just fix this one. Like I said, the goal is to get it as cheap as possible, and this is actually what we do in rebuilding engines. Say we get into an engine, we find out that, hey, the crankshaft's destroyed or needs machine work, and one of these truck engines, a lot of times, we're gonna try to sell a long block instead of replacing the crankshaft, because at the end of time, by the time you factor in labor the time it takes to take the block out, then having the block checked for stuff like that, having the crankshaft mill the machine, putting everything back together, and then along doing the overhaul that's required on that engine, stuff like that, it'll cost way more just to fix that engine than would be just to get either a long block or a good salvage engine to put back into that truck. At the end of the day, it's about getting to the end goal of a working truck that's going to last for a while, but getting it as cheap as possible. And not all methods are exactly valid. It depends on what you're working on. So like for a Caterpillar engine, you can get those all day. You can get a full running engine ready to drop in for about $36,000.
They're everywhere.
For a rebuild. Rebuilding a Caterpillar engine is about $26,000. So, okay, it'll be cheaper, actually, if you go parts-wise, to rebuild an engine and replace the crankshaft, but that's not including the labor it's going to take to pull the block out, pull the crankshaft out, then do the machining on the crankshaft or buy a new crankshaft, put it back together and put it back in. By the time you do that, you could be up around $42,000 to $48,000. So you gotta look at all possibilities when you go into that and just go, oh, we'll do this, oh, we'll do that. I've heard a lot of people say, well, just get a long block put in it and you got a warranty on it. Yeah, I got a warranty on it, but I'm also gotta pay about 4 times more than doing this or rebuild this engine.
Well, what I was saying is just get like the front clip of that pickup truck, and you would have like the engine, and you'd have everything there. I mean, personally, if I was thinking cheapest, I would probably go with a short block. If the heads are good.
They don't make short blocks for this engine, actually.
For the 4-liter V6s?
Yeah, I cannot find a short block anywhere. And besides, I couldn't do that anyways.
Really?
Because, they don't. They only sell long blocks. I can't, and the heads on this one are bad. So, and nothing's wrong per se with the block at all. But by the time you factor in the cost, because machining this crankshaft and buying a new crankshaft is $100 difference. But with that $100 difference, I've also got to take it down 10 thousandths of an inch. So now I've altered the shape of the crankshaft. Now for any time that this crankshaft has to have new mains and rods put in it, I have to have oversized bearings put into it. And if I don't mark it, and somebody else down the road gets it, and the only reason why I stick with that logic is because working in a shop, you got to take that into consideration.
Yeah.
And you don't mark it, then somebody goes to rebuild it and they put stock bearings back in it. Well, nothing's got to fit, and the engine's got to self-destruct within about, 30 minutes of running. So, and buying a salvage engine, I don't have to give in the core. So I've got this engine still. So at the end of the day, I can get my goal of getting this truck up and running, use it as a major driver, while I'm actually fixing my Explorer as it is now, because I've got to do the same thing to it. It's got a massive fucking oil leak. But I've got to take the engine completely apart to fix it. I can't have that truck down because it's my only driver. So, once I get this truck fixed and I get my Explorer fixed, I've got a 4.0 engine still. And if I wanted to, over a period of time, saving up, here and there, I can actually get all the parts and make another working engine again. Now I've got a good 4.0 liter engine along with a 3.0 liter engine at my other house that I've got for a spare that I can either sell for an amount of money or keep to put in any one of these vehicles. Except the Explorer, because I don't think the block will fit into it because it doesn't have the right casting marks to actually hold the motor mounts. Because you can go backwards and forward for this one. 2,000 down, you can put automotive vehicles, but like 90 up, there's 3 iterations of the block, and the mounts don't fit on them. Because when before went through to cast the blocks, they never took any bolt holes out, but they added bolt holes.
Is that to slide the motor forward or backwards?
It's just the different mounts for the different iterations of the vehicles, and that's all it is. when Ford did it, they never took any of the bolt holes out for the cast, because you can buy a long block now, and it's not a true 90s model long block. It's going to be a newer model long block that can fit any one of these vehicles.
Yeah. Yeah, when Ford and Chevy decided to bring back like the Ranger and the Canyon, I was thinking, great, a small mid-sized truck again. Then they come back out and they're like, "This is our mid-sized truck," and I'm like, "That's an F-150 and that's a 1500 Silverado."
Mm-hmm.
When I looked at them, but yeah.
So there's a lot of things that you can do. I'm going through what I think is the best plan of attack is. And like I said, I'm going to keep this engine. I'm not going to scrap it. And over a period of time, after I build a budget back up and I get money saved again, I'm going to go through and just slowly piece this engine back together and do one of two things. Either keep it as a spare for this truck, or sell it for a profit.
Why don't you, since the motor's out, why don't you do a V8 swap?
Because then I had to acquire a V8. And
We're
then
going to
I
a junkyard
got...
anyways.
There's a lot more to it than that, because then you got to modify
I know,
the truck.
I know.
It's...
Yeah, so you got to require new engine mounts, exhaust headers,
Transmission,
transmission.
control module, wiring harnesses,
Oh, yeah.
fuel layout. Probably had to put a bigger fuel pump in it. Might have to change the design of the how the gauges work, because they'll be different.
So basically, what you're going to have to do is make a beautiful black beauty. I get it. Very happy black woman. That's what you're going to be making.
Yeah, no, it's going back as stock as I can. I'm gonna be building the engine. It's gonna get ported and polished. It's gonna get performance cam in it. It's gonna get higher pressured injectors for it, and it's gonna have a couple other mods done to it, so it will run a little bit better and have a little bit more power and horsepower to it. But all in all, it's still gonna be a stock engine in the truck. I mean, like I said, the truck I'm pulling this out of has the same VIN number classification as the first one. It's just a different control system, which is no big deal. I just gotta put all the control system aspect functions from this old engine onto this new engine. The only thing I need is just the basic block and heads. That's it. I don't need anything else on it.
No, would you prefer the 4-cylinder so you can turbo it, or would you prefer the 6-cylinder?
You can turbo the 6-cylinder.
I know, but most of the ones I've seen are turbo are the 4 ones, because since it's a 2.3 Lima engine, there's so much aftermarket for it. Plus, they use that motor in racing too.
The motor is built. You can do a lot with that engine, but I don't really like the design. I had the 4-cylinder once before. I don't like it. I don't like the way the serpentine system set up on it because it's a belt-driven cam.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of issues that go into it. And plus the design, I've never really seen a design other than this one. It's got 4 cylinders, but it's got 8 spark plugs. And it's never made a lot of sense to me of why. And if you go down, there's a nice little site called rangerstation.com. It actually explains why. Because the way the cylinder, the combustion chamber, the head's designed, if you don't have 8 spark plugs, it's not gonna fire the fuel completely, and then you have pre-detonation knock, and that right there is just because of a poor design of the engine.
Well, is that for the 2.3 or?
Yeah, the 2.3.
Because I know, if you could find them, the old Merkers, the XR4 TIs had turbo. They were the turbo ones.
Yeah, the V6 engines are the best engines to go to in the Ranger. 3.0, a lot of people think 3.0 and 4.0 are the same engine. They're not the same engine at all. They have a different ignition system. The heads are set up differently, and it's actually an entirely different block design. Well, it's the same block design, but a lot of things are different. And that's actually one of the things I was looking at. Is like if I could take the heads off this 3.0 and put on this one, or board this 3.0 into a 4.0, you can't do it. Nothing fits up right. And
that's almost like the
The 3.0 is a better economy engine, but the 4.0 is a better working engine for the small model trucks. The 2.3 4-cylinder was just kind of the fuel economy version of the engine. Less cylinders, less power, less fuel consumption, and they weren't really good on high-end or low-end torque, or even on horsepower. They're good on gas mileage, but if you had to tow something with it, the truck struggled unless you did some modifications to the engine. The 3.0 Ranger engine, like I said, built for fuel economy, but also has the low-end power and horsepower that the 4.0 did, but it didn't really perform all that well. In the 4.0, you can get a lot of power out of them. They use a little bit more fuel, but it was a better design. They just had a flaw with the valve train system.
You know what I was going to get at is when you said like the soft cylinder heads. That's basically when you're doing that like with Honda motors. You can build like a Honda K20 engine and put a K24 head on it. It'll be fine.
Yeah,
Seems to be
and,
learning something new there, Red Feather. No, apparently not all trucks are similar.
no, they're not.
No.
All right, so the Ford Ranger had 10 different engines in the from when they first got introduced in the early 80s to the late 2000s. They had about 10 different engine designs, and back in the 90s and the 80s, they actually had 3-cylinder diesel engines that you could put in them.
Yeah, and they actually perform very well.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. But it's like Jeep. It's like the Wranglers. They had the diesel engines, but they were European only. And I think now in the States we're starting to get them with the JL, I think it is.
No, actually, one of the
monsters.
things I would like to do on it, and if I had the money to put into it, I would. Cummins actually comes out with a swap kit, and it's a 4-cylinder inline diesel.
BT.
Yeah, and they actually.
BT.
Yep, and they actually use them in like Jeeps and stuff like that, but they will fit in a Ranger. The only thing is you gotta do a lot of modification. Not a lot, but you gotta, like I said, control modules, wiring harnesses, how it hooks up to the chassis, drive line. I mean, there's a lot of modification you can do, but once you do, it's a good, reliable truck that actually has walking capabilities and for small form compact. So,
Well, I mean, to get the Ford BTs, all you have to do is go get a diesel bread truck out of there and build it up, do it that way. I mean, there's people that modified those things up to like 600-800 horsepower.
Yeah. Like I said, Cummins actually has a program. I think the actual kit is like $3,000, and it comes with everything you need to adapt it.
Well, yeah, that was the kit, yeah, but before there was one, people were just going to like bread trucks and what I want to do is grab one of those like a 1271 Detroit, those big V8s.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that are bi-charged.
What the ones I like? I mean, I would like to have one of those old Dodges, not the 12 valves, but the 24 valves before they got EPA modified. And I'd like to have one of those because they're good, they're easy to walk on, and you can modify them to no end. But good luck finding one. Because by the time you do find one, it's either so fucking worn out, it's not worth it, or they've been wrecked and abused.
Yeah, go on.
I was just since this is a very fascinating conversation there. I'm surprised Sparky here, Sparkles, doesn't have his own YouTube show focusing on him rebuilding a truck.
I've actually been working on it. I'm trying to work some stuff out how to do it. I actually wanted to videotape pulling this engine out and working on it.
All you have to do is have an overhead and as well as a stabilized shot. So you have the main shot. So you have at least one camera focusing on like a side view or or the front end of the vehicle, as you have one that tends to be a free floater to kind of work with you.
Yeah.
You can either
Well,
have
I
it
mean,
as
I can.
a shoulder cam or a one of those.
Helmet cam.
I have the
Helmet cam.
equipment. All right, so I
Yeah.
have the equipment to do it. The problem is I have to migrate that equipment from here to in there. And I really just don't want to do it. And I could just set up my basic video camera and just videotape it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, just
then,
GoPro it.
but then I can't even commentate because I can tell you right now, the microphone on
No,
this
you could
fucking camera
actually. The problem.
sucks.
What you could do. Well, again, what you could do is just have the actual shots designed as you're doing the rebuild, focusing on a script that you've already created, or at least had to create based off of that area of shot or that build that you're doing. It's happened before with those modelers that are out there. It's not like they're doing it with the camera in hand, two hands free, that kind of thing. It's very difficult. You have a camera facing downwards to establish what the actual project is supposed to be, and a lot of the times they're going to be very quiet and focused, and they're going to do a sound overlay on their commentary.
Yeah, and that's another thing is I thought about doing too. It also requires a lot of work on my end, and it's just right now.
You just
I
need a
could
proper editor.
I could probably do it with this. I'm probably gonna do it with the salvage engine actually. And I'm gonna try it. Just set the tripod up and do scripted shots. First things first, I gotta clean the fucking shop up again. But
There you go.
no, you
There's a
don't
video
get.
right
I have got engine parts scattered throughout this entire fucking shop. It's.
Well, even
there
that
you-
right there could be a full show of watching you clean up your shop a bit at a time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know, and that's the thing is I was focusing on live stuff, not really edited stuff. But even if I, like on the channel, because I actually have a channel. It's named. It's Sparky's Truck Repair. I just haven't done anything with it yet, and
Well,
I can't live stream from it. I can only live stream from 2 of my channels. That's it.
Yeah,
But,
again, I really think that the recorded venue is a lot more reasonable production than the
Yeah,
live.
it'll look a lot better. I know, and that's one of the goals I've been wanting to work up to, like doing repairs in the shop on these trucks, or just like explaining different things on trucks. Fuck, in my shop right now, I've got about 5 camshafts from trucks. I've got 4 ECMs off of like pack cars and Caterpillars and Cummins engines. I've got valves, I've got injectors, I've got different components off of them. Just so I can, and stuff I'm collecting so I can go through and talk about it. Like, why are knock sensors put on these newer trucks, what they used for, how they work, how they function, what goes wrong with them, and stuff like that. And doing like an informal show like that, because that's one of the things I get a lot from truck drivers in these shops. Like, they come in because check engine light's on, and one of the most common things is knock sensor goes out. Well, why? What's a knock sensor? What's it there for? They don't understand what it's there for. It's for emissions purposes. But saying that, oh, it's for emissions purposes. Well, what does it do? And that's a question a lot of people ask. And instead of going, through and explaining every time, I thought about, well, I'll just do a video explaining the functions of the knock sensor, what it does, how it's controlled, and what goes wrong with it. And somebody asked, "Here, watch this video."
So you're going to give these videos out to your shop so they can use it as informational material to tell other.
I've actually done that.
people what it is?
I've actually already done that in my shop. I actually have about 10 videos that's on the main computer already, showcasing repairs and different things that happen that aren't really unique, but we see every now and then. And instead of me having to stop on my job at the moment, which usually happens all the freaking time, and going through and showing and explaining what's going on, I'll be like, well, alright, so there's a video on that computer, watch it and go from there. I mean, I've already done it.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out how to because I want to do automotive stuff with my Mustang. I'm just waiting on it when this leases up with my other car, so that way I can start doing it.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to save up the money for it.
Yeah.
The
And
other cars could go on.
And I gotta say, a lot of stuff is like I said, I've gotten lazy. When it comes to video editing, I have gotten lazy. I
don't
do
know. Maybe
more.
you should get a video editor to actually do that for you. Oh wait, I'm a video editor. Fuck.
When it comes down to it, I'd rather just do it myself.
Well, I understand you'd rather do it yourself, but sometimes you just kind of have to, appreciate the editors that exist, and it's not like we're gonna redo your entire work or anything. All we're doing is just putting it together and then handing it over to you and kind of going, okay, what do you think? And then from there, you can tweak whatever you got.
Yeah. We could try it. I mean, we'll see what happens. For right now, I said I've got some other stuff I need to get done first, and I said
no, I understand. It's like I have helped put together a lot of different projects for other people, and it just requires a little bit of understanding exactly what they want and go from there. It's like I put together a lot of different opening bits for Draconith, or hell, I've even helped on what's his face, Antoine's little project.
I've seen that.
So I leave it up to them. I give you.
You do a good job.
My interpretation of what you were thinking, and then kind of go from there.
Yeah, and like I said, it's just gonna take some time before I can actually get getting this engine. Because right now, I've got to get this engine off the engine stand. I've got to get the shop fucking cleaned up. And I still got to go get the damn engine. It's probably going to be 2 or 3 weeks out before I even get anything done with it.
I'm not even saying let's do it today.
I know, but still. I'm just putting out there.
Sparky, the freebie for the Fallout 76 is about have you decided to attempt it?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
What I am going to do is, I've always seen how much it is. I took a look at my hourly pay that I've done this whole week because this engine's kind of drained me for this week.
No, I know. That's why I thought because of the free trial that they have right now would be a perfect opportunity to get your feet wet.
Oh no! It's like so if I'm gonna get a game to play it, I'm not gonna do it on a trial basis and then have to buy it later.
No, but within that time frame, you would be able to find out whether it's a game that you would want to have. See, this is what I liked about the demos and that, or at least the try before you buy. You get an opportunity actually to play the game to see if it's a game that you want without having to put out a lot of finances on it.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand that, but I usually just buy the game and play it, and if it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad.
I know. And then most people buy the game and they bitch and complain, and then we end up with the whole fiasco that we are here now with. In some cases, it worked out for like No Man's Sky, whatnot, or hell, even the Fallout 76 with their
don't even bitch about games. If I don't like a game, that's just it. I don't like the game. I don't pick it up.
No, and that's where it comes back down to even for The Last of Us Part 2. I hear a lot of people bitching and moaning about it, and the game is not even out yet. It's like, well,
yeah, it's like you haven't even played the game yet. It's like at least give it a fair shake before you criticize it.
Yeah.
My only criticism of 76 was, yeah, the glitches out of it. Yeah, they're really stupid. What you're thinking, Bethesda, and the fact that it had no NPCs in it. It's like the game just doesn't look fun.
No, they really focused on hoping that the player base would be the equivalent to the NPC, but it didn't help out. Hence, why I turned away. Yeah, I bought the base game just to give it a try, just so I can get a better critique on anything. It's the same thing when you're gonna critique religion and whatnot. You have to know some of the actual functionality. The premise or even the actual body of work before you can actually make a proper criticism if you're going to go down that route. I'm sorry, you can't criticize a movie without actually seeing the fucking movie. So
It's like, oh, so I ended up getting, well,
Yeah.
I've already explained this once before, but I criticized the movie trailer to what was it, Men in Black International, and I seen the trailer of it, and that's all I say. I hadn't seen the movie, but I already had my own criticisms from what I seen, and I wasn't advocating that it was a bad movie, and I wasn't advocating that nobody go see it. I wasn't doing that, and it was a private conversation, I think, with me, Antoine, Ishtar, Gadun, and Anti-Hero. And
the people
Anti-Hero,
before they rejected you.
yeah, and Anti-Hero kind of went off the rails at me, and it's like, you're criticizing a movie and telling people not to watch it before it even came out yet, and you haven't even tried it, and you don't even know. It's like, I didn't even say that. I said, it looks like it's going to be a Ghostbusters 2016, just from how they did it. It's a different premise. It looks cheesy as heck. I don't like it. I don't like what they've done with it. I'm not going to watch it. I'm not saying for anyone else to look at it. I said it just looks like Ghostbusters 2016, and it was cheesy as fuck, and no premise to it.
Well, I guess you won the pony on that one. But regardless, yeah, after you do get an opportunity to watch the international Men in Black, you do come to that conclusion. It doesn't have a lot of body of work. It does seem like it really focused a bit on the heavy-handedness of hey, I'm woman, so hear me war kind of thing. And it did make the male character look very stupid. But then again, Hemsworth has been in this role before, so he knows how to play the game, even though he doesn't like it.
Yeah. And it's
He
like,
is a true, constant professional,
yeah.
unlike the rest of Hollywood.
And see, and that's what it comes down to, like, criticism and talk about a movie and stuff like that. It's like, okay, I can have my own criticisms and keep them to myself, and that's how it is. I can state my criticisms and keep them to that. This is my opinion. Or I can make a video criticizing and stating to people, yeah, not do this. The latter to that is criticizing something and saying, don't waste your money on this. Something I don't do, something I don't like to do. I'm on the firm opinion of, I'll give you my opinion and I'll give you my criticism, but do not take my opinion and criticism as the way you judge it. You take my judgments and you like them, okay. You can keep them in the back of your head. If you don't like them, it's whatever. Forget about it. But I'm not telling you to do this or do that. It's just, this is my opinion about it. And really, if I want to give my opinion about something, I do not have to base that off of a fair shake. I could just base it off of how I interpret it and how I look at it. And be it that. And a lot of people look at that and go, well, you can't do this, you couldn't do that because you never gave it a full shake. And it's like, it depends on the context of how you come to that.
Yeah, no,
It's like,
you give it its opportunity. It's like, for, again, going back down to the 76 freebie that's out until Monday. Yeah, no, it started off very poorly. There was a lot of criticism. Those who were avid, on the whole, tearing something down, which is a different community altogether, they were all over that. And I'm a person who likes to give people another opportunity. Same thing with No Man's Sky. I gave it another opportunity. Yeah, it was a shit game from the beginning. I suggested not to put your money down earlier. I would say, wait, those who've already took the hit for you, please, use your best, judgment call in going forward. If you feel that this isn't something for you, then don't do it right now. Please wait.
yeah.
Simple. Now, I've already taken the hit. I've already looked at the aftermath for both of these projects, and I can say wholeheartedly that they have made some significant changes. Bethesda is still making changes with their Fallout 76. Fuck, they're coming up with a new kind of battle pass that they're coming up with instead of having
Steel.
Yeah, which is going to be based around the Brotherhood of Steel, which has 3 different tiers. So it's like, okay, no, I mean like 3 different story tiers. Like there's one story that they're going to push out, and then after that, the continuation is going to be the middle of it, and the finalized portion of whatever their story arc is going to be. And you can opt in for all 3 or pay as you go, kind of thing. Now it's going to be part of the base game. It's going to be there, uh, but you're going to have, different opportunities when it comes down to collecting the visual effects that it's there. It's the same thing like Conan the Barbarian, the online game that they have. Um, Same basic concept. You get to pay for the cosmetics or not. It's not going to change the base game. Whatever is added to the base game, it's free. But if you want a certain particular content that's part of outside of it to make your skin look whatever it is, you're gonna have to put down a little money. Or better yet, you're gonna have to put in a bit of time in order to get those atom bits or whatever the in-game currency is going to be called. I'm not an advocate of microtransactions, but I like what Bethesda has done. Instead of just focusing, well, you got to give us money in order to get these items. It's like, well, if you complete these certain random achievements, for whatever achievement that you get, gives you a different value of atoms. So by the time you've already spent, say, 5 hours in game, you've already racked up pretty close to 1,000 atoms to purchase whatever it is in their atom store.
And yeah, I like that premise too. And just for the fact that they're coming out with something with Brotherhood still, I probably gotta look into it because that's actually one of my favorite factions within the Fallout universe.
Well,
is
they
Brotherhood
brought in the
still.
settlers, they brought in the raiders, they have the scourge that are
Scorched.
there, so another form of ghouls. They have the super mutants who are there for whatever reason. We have your automatons. So you have everybody almost in the entire playing list, minus the Brotherhood of Steel.
Yeah.
So it's that. I mean, we're going to probably see.
We're probably gonna see a lot more come in. Like, I'm pretty sure that they'll probably have something for Enclave. They might have.
Yeah.
I don't know. If
I hope
need
there's something for Enclave.
yeah.
I've always liked the Enclaves.
Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna have anything.
I like their look.
Yeah. Oh no, I like the look too, and I mean, there's a lot of ideas within the Fallout community, well, not community, but within that, like the Fallout storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can see them as a unique faction. I don't particularly agree with what they do in the game.
No, I don't even agree with what they do.
Yeah, same with the Brotherhood. There's a lot of things that the Brotherhood do and the ideals and base beliefs that I don't agree with. I mean, per se, how I look at things. But altogether, as a faction, I actually like them overall than other factions within the other universes of the game. So I mean, everyone has and that's one thing I will credit not Bethesda, because they're using assets that are already made, a story that was already told. But that's the thing, is nobody's a true good guy. Nobody's a true bad guy. They all have their good intentions. They all have their bad sides.
Yep.
That's one of the things I like about it. Is like there's no true right and there's no true wrong.
No, which is what I'm actually looking forward to for Cyberpunk.
The genital thing.
Yeah, I don't care about the genital. Realistically, I've already come across the genital slider when you play Conan. I'm sorry. When you have certain games that you can actually. Well, Scum is another good example, where you can. So great, I can make a 10-inch long or a 12, a couple of foot longs if I need to, or I can give a very busty looking woman, out there. Great, that means nothing to me. It's like it's just another gimmick. Great. But I'm looking at the overall storytelling. Does the genitals focus on the story, or is it just kind of like a side beat to it? It's just
is it something that could like unlock certain aspects or in-laws to the story? So like you talk to this particular person and say you're a female, and the way you dress your female up, or it made you female. Okay, let's say very petite, not really good looking, and you get to only so far like interactions within like a main quest. Or does it change like because you made your character's boobs bigger, or you dress a certain way? Same for males and other things like that. Is like, does it have an impact to the actual storytelling? If it has an impact to the storytelling, that's cool because that opens up a lot of replay value of and strategic plans you're playing for the game if you're one of those completionists, or you want to see the different aspects of the storytelling. If it's just in there for looks and visuals, or hey, I can have a dick this big or boobs this big, and that's all there is to it, it's worthless to me.
I personally go on.
Go. No, go.
I personally think that they did like the whole genital skill thing for those just to make those people who wanted like to have like the transgender class in there to make them happy.
Okay.
And this was something that they did to make them to try to get on their good graces.
Realistically, Cyberpunk as a paper and pen type game has always had that. Everybody is a transgender, to be honest, because there's a certain class within the human structure that is literally swapping out parts to a point where they're becoming more automaton. There's those who have never touched the cybernetic components, those who are in between, and those who go to the extreme level. And that's always been a talking point behind the scenes when it comes down to sexuality and the unusual fetishes that the human has, or the human society has. So that's a whole different political, sociological talking point. Same thing when it happens in D&D. It exists there, where you have certain breeds or classes that have their different, quirks.
Yeah. Well, it's like on that talking point and stuff like that. So, like, say, okay, the trans, for me, and this is how I look at it. Say the transgender community bitches at Fallout universe because you can only pick male or female. You can't pick anything else. And then, but Bethesda bends the knee and puts stability where you can be male, female, or other, or whatever to make them happy. At the end of the day, I don't care. They adapted the game to fit a certain criteria a person wanted. Is it going to affect my gameplay any? No, because I won't make that choice whenever I start up a game, so it really doesn't care. I don't see what the big uproar is if they did it. Same for, say, with anything else. Even in the D&D manual, if they want to add in, like, there's a certain race of elves that like to do this, or they're transgender or anything like that, fine, you can add that in there. Do you have to base that off of your gameplay? Do you have to have that in there? Is it gonna affect your gameplay? No. It's only in there if you want to incorporate it in. I mean, I don't see what the uproar is for people going, oh my god, they're bending the knee to these people. I think it's fucking stupid.
Actually, if anything, I love the fact that Project CD Red has gone to the extreme for all of the video games that they've created to, quote unquote, bend the knee. We'll see you later, Red Feather. Thanks for coming. To everybody for the most part. Witcher is a good example when it comes down to it. The whole series set is a kind of female centric. No one's really noticed it for the most part because of the factor that their lead character happens to be male, but it's very female centric, story driven.
Yeah.
I want to bring up a different topic.
Go ahead.
You know those trailers that they those refrigerated trailers they have in New York City?
Yeah.
Okay.
The FDA has cleared them good to haul food.
I kind of figured that's what was going to happen.
All right.
I posted that, and everybody else was like, "Oh my god, that's gross!" And I'm like, "Well, they disinfected them, and they're good to go. They should burn them. That's too much money."
Yeah,
Be wasted.
that's about $80,000 trailer right there. And okay,
Yeah.
so they can be decontaminated, they can be disinfected, and you gotta think about it. Some of those trailers haul cadavers of meat refrigerated.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, if I remember correctly, a lot of those refrigerating trucks, especially the used ones, have been used for a lot of different things,
Oh yeah.
from compost waste to animal byproducts to human waste products to chemical products to a whole barrage of different things, and no one's really talked about it. And it's the same thing with the whole flu situation when comparative to a COVID-19, which is another variant of the flu. Unfortunately, we're going to see it most likely seasonal. Um, if we had the same amount of news coverage and we had the WHO to do exactly the same thing as they did with the flu, as they did with COVID-19, and class it as a pandemic, you would have gotten the same kind of reaction.
Oh yeah.
So I'm not trying to discredit people's concerns in that, but I do think it's hilarious when it comes down to mindset on two different camps. Well, realistic three. I'm kind of in the third one, going, it's good to be precautious, but don't let it sit, that paranoia sit in your
I'm
brain.
in that camp with you.
So, I mean, I understand we need to do a few things to protect those who are uh, who could be affected by it, like myself. I'm asthmatic. I could be susceptible to it, but I'm in a business that I'm going to be susceptible to a lot of things. I've got people coming and going constantly because I'm in the security slash what would be the hotel restaurant industry. It I deal with buildings for the most part, and buildings have people. People go to work and they come home. I work where they live, and I have to deal with all the insanity that the human collective can bring us, and that includes all the diseases that they're bringing to the workplace. And yeah, I'm susceptible. I should be completely panicking, and I'm not. And I think what we've done to our finances on just on the predicate of a few handful of people who could be sick or could become deathly sick or dead is too far. I think we've gone too far. But I'm not the politicians. I'm not the ones that have to worry about my next voting pool.
So has Trudeau started an opening up plan for Canada?
We are in the opening up plan. The only
Oh.
we were delayed. We're being delayed a couple of weeks because of Ontario and Quebec. Ontario and Quebec are the two provinces that have been hit the hardest. Like New York in California, they have been hit with a lot. All of our numbers, if we exclude Ontario and Quebec, like we could with California and New York, is fairly low, really
Okay.
extremely low. BC is like the third largest when it comes down to the infection rate, but we have a huge survival rate. So
Okay.
in comparative, we have maybe about 5% fatality, give or take.
Uh,
So and again, a lot of that came from our old age home.
yeah, that's what I've been receiving a lot of from the Rebel News.
Yeah, and it's because of the factor that we locked down too early in some cases. When we got to the point of locking down, we jumped the gun a little too quickly, and we didn't bother to make sure that the people who had the most serious problems were well taken care of. So that when we did the lockdown, that we knew exactly that these people, these sensitive people, were not going to die suddenly because of whatever strangeness that COVID is going to create. I mean, COVID is a flu-like AIDS virus. We'll put it that way. It's as close as you can get. The moment you contract it, you will be susceptible to other forms of disease to a point of pneumonia. Once you get pneumonia, a very voracious version of this, because of COVID-19, your likelihood of surviving is going to be based off of your health and age. And if you're up in a certain age with a very poor degree of health, your survival is extremely low. You have maybe about a window of 10% of surviving. The moment you go on the respirator, you're guaranteed at a 98 percentile to die.
Yeah.
So it's like,
I didn't realize Canada was starting to open up.
yeah, we've been talking about the opening up for a while. We've been talking about opening up since early April, because of the fact our numbers are easy to maintain. We're the lowest out of the entire Western population that have the COVID epidemic. I have to call it epidemic because of the fact that it doesn't really qualify properly as a pandemic. It is controllable. Unlike pandemics where they're non-controllable, this is. And this is something I blame WHO for. As well as I'm going to blame that organization for allowing Chinese to infiltrate their rationale, all based off of who has the merchandising control. Not the fact of who has the most budget going in. It's who controls the merchandise. And unfortunately, who controls the merchandise, and we have to blame ourselves for that, is the Chinese.
Right. Now that's what I was going to say was China. Do you
So-
think Trudeau's trying to use like Chinese influence to get onto like one of the boards in the UN? I think it was one of the boards I think that he's been trying to get on for a while.
I had to
Yeah.
boost you up. You sound like you're far away now. It might
Yeah.
be the area that you're in that's causing a problem with your.
Yeah, I think I was in a little bad area.
Yeah, you're in a big bad area. I've actually had to boost you up. I can
Still
barely
really
make you
heal.
out. Yeah.
Do you think Trudeau's using China to get into the UN for forget what chair board he's been looking for?
When it comes down to Trudeau and his Chinese initiative, he's going to do whatever he's going to do to try to get a stronger deal with China. I know that for a fact. As for what happens federally, that's way different than what happens provincially. It's the same thing in the United States. What happens with your federal government is different what happens to each of your states. Trudeau could say and do whatever he wants to do when it comes down to how business federally is going to be done with China. All that happens is the moment he's out of office, that person who's going to step in is going to change those rules. So realistically, it means nothing to me on that point. I'm more interested on how BC, where I'm at, is going to be dealing with businesses with not only the rest of the province, the United States, as well as whoever else that we have imports from. That includes China. Unfortunately, all of the imports that go to Ontario and that have to go through British Columbia. If we say no and he says yes, we win.
All right.
Because of the factor we can simply just shut down. What is he going to do? He's not going to bring an army to the West Coast. He's going to try to work a deal with us. The same thing that happened with Alberta the moment that they shut down, trying to actually no, the same thing that happened between BC and Alberta when it came down to the pipeline that we had. BC said no, Alberta said we need this pipeline, and both of us fought to a point where Trudeau had to step in to buy up the pipeline, and he's still trying to work a deal with us in order to have this pipeline come through a small portion of our province. And we have said no, we don't need this. We don't rely on the oil that Alberta needs in order to function as a province. We're a main shipper. We have different regulations when it comes down to our environment, and unfortunately, unless Alberta proves that that their pipeline is not going to cause a problem with our environment, as well as if by chance it does, they're going to pay the bill for a restructure of the entire area that has been affected by their line, then maybe we will, consider it. But because they haven't satisfied our end of the equation, we're going to say no. So, as it stands, whatever Trudeau does, he does. He's the face of the whole of Canada, and he's got to represent all of Canada. And unfortunately, when it comes down to the provincial level, he's hooped.
Now, with the pipeline in Alberta, if they were to basically if they were to come up with a way that would go straight to the U.S. out of Alberta, would Canada, would like the other provinces throw a fit?
No, basically, when it comes down to it, if Alberta, let's say there's a coalition of different provinces, all right, let's say because it's coming from Alberta, they have to go through Saskatchewan in order to get into, let's say, somewhere in continental United States around that area, so Idaho, Washington, or so on and so forth. If they can work a deal that's beneficial for all parties, then no one's going to complain about it. If Alberta has the money to go from Alberta to some part of the United States, and unfortunately, according to the map, they can only go through, I think, Idaho. Let me just kind of Google this because I can't remember exactly where Alberta crosses up to sometimes because it's a weird, obscure location. They would have to go to Idaho and Montana are the only two areas that they have access to. Now, if they're able to work deals with those particular states, like Idaho, the area of Montana, and that they can do it by all means. If they had to go to like Washington, they would have to make sure that the United States has that pipeline to go wherever else that they need to get to. If they're able to make bank and to offer up whatever it is in order to make that pipeline happen, go for it. It's all them. But the moment they have to introduce another province to this equation, now you have to work the deals. You have to make everybody happy. And unfortunately, they want to go to Washington. In order to go through Washington, they have to go through us.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's our neighbor to the south, Washington, as well as parts of Idaho. But we hold a very angular plot of land. Yeah, if you look at the Canadian map, we're almost like a very unusual angled area where Alberta is almost like an L in the shape of what they have control over, and within their little corner, they're only able to hit certain aspects of the United States. So they need the rest of Canada, the provinces beside them, Saskatchewan and British Columbia, to work alongside with them to be able to send products to and fro. There's workarounds when it comes down to Alberta. It may cost us a bit more time, but we can go through other provinces due to the rail system that we have. And he dropped out.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
he got real silent.
Shit. That's good.
No, I apologize. But no, I will have to say this much: we all run in on 4 hours and 37 minutes.
No, I know. I came in. I thought this would be. We would have tapped out a while back.
Hey, it's been interesting. Yeah, we're talking about all sorts of different things.
I know.
But it is getting to the point where probably need to wind down and need to get going. And I do want to thank Ben for coming in and talking for this long, even though his driving condition kind of hinders him.
Yeah, no, I
But,
get it. What happens when you work in transport?
Oh yeah, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
But no, thanks for everyone that joined in today in the chat. It's it is a little scant than what it usually is, but that's also my fault for not streaming for like the last week and a half, 2 weeks. So
No, also
it is
keep in
what it
mind
is.
everybody's locked down. Plus, we have the Fallout 76 that's come out. Plus, a few other games that are available to you for now. Yeah, I was going to say I'm been on a few maps that have been very full with player bases. So I'm wanting to see exactly what their numbers are after their 4-day trial has been up.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, we'll see how it goes, and it's cool that they're going for it actually being a little bit more successful now. But it's like we're here. It's like right now it's free watching. I think we got up to like 6 or 7. It's whatever. I always say this all the time.
You have 7 individuals that put down either a like or dislike. So, and those who may have popped in and popped out. So,
yeah, it's whatever. I do this for fun. I do this just to hang out with you guys. Doesn't have to be a streaming base, but it's fun whenever there's other people watching, and it's a unique show. But with that, we gotta get going because I think you and me will talk for a little bit more once we leave. But I gotta get some stuff done here. But
I'm in the process of re-uploading the 76. I found a few issues, which I'm thinking that removing it out of the Bethesda launcher and putting it back in the Bethesda launcher might resolve it. But then again, it could be something on Bethesda's end. That
could be, or it could be that the servers can't handle all the people.
Oh yeah, no, because there's some of the bobbleheads in that for the placement of certain things. They're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, and I'm kind of confused. So I'm like, you know what? Best thing to do, pull it out, put it back in, and see what happens.
Yep. Take it out, put it back in.
Repeat it over and over and over again until you get whatever you want at the end.
But for everyone who joined in into the chat, thank you. And for everyone that jumped in today in the show, Pin as usual. And then we had Samaj, we had you, and then Ben. So, thanks everyone.
I thought Maddie as well, but then. I thought Maddie as well.
Maddie jumped in, but she didn't really say anything, did she?
Well, I don't know.
She's jumped in and out, but I don't think she really. I think she said a couple words, but that's about it. So
yeah, I think she set up something for you for that conversation for a shield hero, and then I showed up. But
yeah,
she all over it.
Yeah, well, it's everyone's got their own interpretations. So
it was but yeah, always fun having chit chats with you, or arguments as I like to call them.
Conversations.
The conversation. They're not like heated battles of blood and sweat and all that kind of thing. But yeah, no.
I've had more heated conversations with Pin than I have with you, and I find that surprising.
Well, it's because I'm more rational. She's a little more emotional. The boy girl thing. I have the same issue. She gets all flustered, and then when she gets flustered, she gets all girly, and then from that is like, settle down. Coffee, get a couple of cookies in.
Oh God. But with that, time to start rolling the music. If you like the stream, please subscribe. You can check the rest of the content that everyone else does on gnfnetwork.com. The bot should be shilling it in. It should be down in the description.
It's been chilling quite nicely.
Yeah. So with that, thank you everyone, and have a terrific Sunday.
It is Sunday. Monday for some.
Later, guys.
Later.